Everybody, and welcome to the second day of the 15th annual Black Women's Arts Festival. We are based in Philadelphia, and yesterday we featured poet Angel Hogan, coach and artist Kai Oceans, actor Gigi McGraw, actress and singer Monica Florette, singer-songwriter, guitarist Ghetto Songbird and her children, poet Stephanie Duran, and myself, Cassandra Xavier, singer-songwriter and writer, person, and guitarist. So, and your host today. So I'm really happy to be here today for our second and final day of the festival this year. Today we have Tamara L. Xavier, Kai Oceans, Narissa Bond, and Ebony Zamani. So I look forward to hearing from all of those folks. So up next, right now, I'm going to introduce our first speaker and representative of dance in the festival this weekend. Her name is Tamara Lynn Xavier, or Xavier. Here's her bio. Tamara Lynn Xavier she also happens to be my sister. Tamara Lynn Xavier is a daughter, sister, mother, and lover of wisdom. She first performed under the name Moon Wisdom as an occasional backup singer for singer-songwriter Cassandra Xavier, and later as an independent dancer / choreographer, she created Moon Wisdom dances. Her love of folkloric dance began while performing with the Haitian Association of Rutgers at Rutgers University in the early 1990s. After graduation, she moved to Philadelphia and began working at American Friends Service Committee, where she met Aisha Shahida Simmons. Simmons, already established as a successful filmmaker of short form works, invited Xavier to be part of her feature-length documentary, No. During the pre-production research phase of this project, Cassandra had to advocate for dancing to be considered as equal to other art forms such as writing. The film's focus was intra-racial violence against women, specifically rape and sexual assaults against Black women and girls at the hands of Black men and boys. Xavier insisted that including dance in the film could ironically give voice to the unspeakable aspects of trauma faced by survivors. Additionally, dance vignettes could represent the healing process in which a person moves from victim to survivor. Tamara graduated from Temple University and received her PhD in 2008 from the Esther Boyer College of Music and Dance. She was blessed to study under many scholars and artists, including Dr. Brenda Dixon Gottschild, Dr. Sarah Hilzendager, Dr. Kariamu Welsh, Mona Esteem Amira, and Susan Deutsch. Her choreography has been sponsored and presented by well-known Philadelphia institutions such as Philadelphia Folklore Project, Philadelphia Fringe Festival, and the Black Women's Arts Festival. She has also presented papers at many academic conferences, most recently the 2017 annual conference of the Caribbean Philosophical Association. Please welcome Tamara Lynn Xavier. I'm expecting applause, so I guess I should supply it for myself. Hi, Tamara.
Hello.
So I should tell folks that this is not a formal lecture, even though I had invited, so Tamara has featured at the festival many times as a dancer choreographer, and once there was a Q&A, but there's never been a formal discussion about dance. And I wanted to do that this year, in part because I figured you're a dancer choreographer and you have a PhD, you must have something to say. So I asked Tamara to to talk, and I knew that she had presented a paper recently, and so I just thought it would just be, easy to, pull something, but it turns out that's not how she wanted to finesse this. So we talked about it, and Tamara told me about that website on YouTube that you like, Black Dance
Stories.
Black Dance Stories. So there were a bunch of videos there, and I watched one with Bill T. Jones, because she said, if you want to do something like that, I'll do something like that. I'll talk, about my craft and things like that. So we've been talking about what how this could look, and we both wrote some stuff, and I'm going to ask some questions.
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for inviting me, having me here. In the bio, as you were reading the bio, you inadvertently did say your name, Cassandra, at a point when we were talking about the role I played in making, like in documentary No, like you said, Cassandra, da 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 da, Tamara. And I might have written that by mistake in the bio. You might have just been reading it, but I just wanted, for the record, to say that it was Cassandra, but Tamara who was working on that.
Okay, I don't, for sure, yes, you for sure were working on No. The only place my name shows up is you said you used to work with singer-songwriter Cassandra Xavier.
Right,
That's
right.
the only place I thought I wrote my name, but if I read it elsewhere, I apologize.
Okay. No worries.
Yeah, I thought it said that you were involved with working with No, with Aisha, and
no worries. Yeah, yeah, no problem. There is something that I wanted to kind of read from this book. Is it okay if we start this and then you can start with your questions?
Sure.
Or if I don't want to.
I want you to be able to express yourself as an artist.
All right. Well, thank you for that. I'm again always feel very nervous at Black Women's Arts Festival. I don't know why, but very glad to have the opportunity always about dance art. I don't think I'll need the tissue, but I appreciate that anyway. So first I would like to begin with a quick read from this wonderful book. This was actually gifted to me by my sister Cassandra Xavier, who is always like nurturing like my dance artist self. Dance We Do, a poet explores Black dance and was published posthumously in the foreword, which was written by Alexis Pauline. Pauline asks, which I think is pretty profound, which is, what forms of presence could we practice that would allow us to be in the midst of a dance collaboration, no matter where we are? And towards life had limited mobility. But in this book, they talk, she speaks about her love of dance and how her career never ended. Also forward in quoting at Dange, in my dreams I can dance, she said, every night I can fly. So fantastic book. I just, the nerd in me, blurred in me must, just mention the, recent reading I've been doing and meditating. Also, Ursula Rucker's book of haikus that she recently published. 1 second. Sorry, I should have gotten.
Tamara, why are you doing that? Can you hear me still?
I can hear you. I'm not far away. I'm here right now.
Okay, because throughout there's been spots of you've been breaking up a little bit. So I don't know if you could be closer to your gadget or what could possibly be causing it. Are you plugged in and nice and charged? Okay. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah. Yeah, I the charger and it's like 50%. So the second item of this beautiful pamphlet of big small poems for pockets is by Ursula Rucker.
Mhm.
Hopefully everyone knows who Ursula Rucker is. If
I'm
not,
fortunate to know her. Yeah.
yeah, if not, and I have made work long time to her before, and so with those two items, just I felt like it was a good jumping off spot to talk about dance, talk about the craft, but also keep in mind that there is concert dance, there is the performance, there is the choreography, there is the conventional approach to speaking dance, performative way. I really did the folklore dance, vernacular dance, social dance, ritual dance, dance so many different forms and venues and even conceptualization, as far as movement in general. So not to get completely, off any topic, but just to open up the space in terms of what we're talking about. That we talk dance in multiplicity of ways. Yeah. So we can
The multiplicity of what?
of ways.
Of ways.
Of ways.
Okay.
Multiple ways.
Would you say it's a mysterious thing? Because I was kind of thinking of things in a very square way. You're a dancer, you're a choreographer, you have a PhD, you're a dance scholar. I thought equals you're a dance scholar. And then you were like, no, it's you see a complete. And then I asked when I was writing on the schedule, I needed to know, how to list you. And I was going to say dance scholar, and then you said no, and you're like, what? And you had to think about it. When you said independence, movement, research, sure. Then I said movement, people are going to think that you're just like moving houses and furniture and inanimate. I know there's movement, but as far as just the title, I needed something more clear. And then you said, okay, we'll put dance, independent dance researcher. So, and I guess, so that's one question, is your love of and practice of dance as a concept, or your practice and or study of dance, kind of a mysterious thing that's difficult to describe? Or maybe that's the Cancerian in you, nonverbal communicator, hence dance, right? Your dance, I write, hello. So but I was thinking, and then the second question I had was, there's a whole different way that things happen in academia, which is totally your background, right? I don't have a college degree. You have a PhD. So it's kind of like, and when you said, well, I don't want to call myself a scholar because I haven't done this in a while, I haven't done that in a while, and I didn't know there was a thing. I thought that you're a scholar, once you're, if I had a PhD, I would call myself a scholar every time I answered the phone. I'd be like, hi, Cassandra Zafia, PhD. So can you talk a little bit about the mysteriousness of it, of your journey in dance, and then also, is it different being in academia as an artist?
Sure, those are good questions.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The mysteriousness, that is really a good question, because people will often just talk about, the nature of dance being an ephemeral. They use the word ephemeral a lot, because, whoa, it's kind of like, don't blink, you might miss it, or
I have to write that down. Go ahead.
The challenges that academic recording, that's a big part of this conversation in academia related to dance. Of course, so many things change with technology, with COVID, of course. Some things have impacted the dance for that. But let's speak prior to COVID even. I found when I entered graduate school was that there are disciplines related to dance notation, recording of dance for like historical purposes, philosophy purposes. So there is always seeming to be this kind of, let's pin this down. What are we doing? What do we see? Is it just what we see? Rod Rogers, the choreographer, often said, a dance is what it is. Watch the dance, what it is. Don't get about it. I saw the documentary that recently came out on Alvin Ailey. It was at the Ritz a couple of weeks ago. It may still be there, I don't know, and of course his discussion about blood memory and his relationship to his ancestors and his family in influencing his movement vocabulary. And so you'll find that a lot who are drawing from their ancestral to create the vocabulary, in the contemporary context. And I think I relate to that a lot because of my experience growing up in a country, being born in a country that my parents were not born in. And so they sometimes become a symbol of my heritage, and, in a way that helps me connect to, the people before me in the United States and my parents' parents. So I think that connects to the mystery. Like, what don't I know about my great grandparents? How can I study the history of traditional Haitian dance in a way that will help me glean some insights about them, the people of Haiti in general, my family specifically? So, it is an attempt to kind of free from that, in the past. And then the academic piece of it, it's quite broad. That is a whole world in and of itself. And it does allow for speciality, being, being an expert. And so that also kind of goes against the grain for me personally when I think back the vastness of the form. So it's challenging to focus. It is challenging to focus and to stay on, on track, following a certain following a certain line of thought. If you're my idea about embodied cosmology, that was what I was formulating the concept of embodied cosmology relationship to Haitian voodoo. It's huge, so it's it's very difficult to, it was I found difficult to keep that going. So right now, currently, I don't call myself just a scholar. I consider myself an independent researcher because I'm always researching, whether it's for playing to do something in public or not. It's just it's just part of my life. So whatever I might be doing to pay my bills, that's one thing. But this pursuit and the quest for perfection and to actually feed my spirit as well is it's just ongoing.
Thank you. For the last good 8 minutes or so, you were coming in clear. So I don't know what's different, if anything, if there's a projection or if it's just the luck of the draw, but that was really nice to be able to hear everything. And I was actually checking my settings to see if I could put on closed captioning, and I don't have that on with the current account that I have with Zoom, but I do with Skype. Skype has closed captioning, which is handy if you want to be able to understand someone. But thank you for those two illuminating answers, the ephemeral thing versus mysterious, so ephemeral, and that dance is often, called that, which totally makes sense because it really has to do with the body a lot. So, meaning there isn't a lot of direct, I suppose there's thinking about it, especially if you're in academia stuff. Look at me, I'm talking softly, maybe nobody can hear me. But then the other thing, yeah, even the way you answered the academic question, for me, still illustrated that you're coming from a different place than like a ground roots. I just started playing guitar, or started, a ground roots artist who didn't come through, college and grad school and stuff, like angelhogan.com, the poet, read yesterday, and she just got her MFA. And I've read before from both different schools about talking about the differences between being a writer who went through that channel, MFA writers, they have a thing going on. And then people who didn't get MFAs have their own thing going on. It's all about culture and community and communication and experience. And so the dance one is, one that I have the least knowledge of, I suppose, because it's not my field. So very interesting. So I'm jotting down questions that are kind of coming to me as we speak, even though I still have the ones that we already went over last night or discussed. So the one that's coming up now, so that means whatever I ask now, I still have the other ones to go to. How are you holding up, by the way?
Right.
Good. And I didn't mean to, two people cried yesterday. Like Stephanie Duran cried yesterday. She was like, I feel emotional. I think I did I cried, not during a performance, but during Ghetto Songbird's conversation with her kids. She performed and also did a talk because she's homeschooling now and traveling with her children, several of whom perform with her. Did you know that most of her 4 kids, her husband and she had 4 kids, have music related names? They have one of them is djembe, one of them is clave. I know. I was like, wow, I didn't know that. And so that I'm going to be bringing her up in my second question, but this question is about dance and the aging body. I was going to say dance. I was going to say dance and the changing body. And then I thought, am I being euphemistic here? What are we really talking about? Like, I'm not, what kind of change am I talking about? I'm talking about, aging really. So 2 things to back up that question are, one, I remember years ago, I think you were still in your 30s and I was, can we say I'm 52. Do you feel comfortable sharing your age with the public?
Yes, 50.
Oh, you turned the big 50. I didn't miss your birthday this year. I didn't miss your birthday this year, did I? I didn't. No, good. Wow, so I didn't realize that. Yeah, so we are in our youthful 50 somethings. Well, you're just 50. You're a baby. And but when we were in our 30s and possibly my 40s respectively, you were talking about how different it was in dance now that you weren't in your baby 20s anymore. You were saying when you used to perform, you get a whole lot of yeah, 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 like people really rooting for you, like yay, good, oh, that was really great, good for you. And then as time went on, it was kind of like people are less excited. So people get really excited when you're super duper young, and then when you're in your 30s, there's less of a hurrah and stuff like that. So lately, I definitely have been noticing a difference between my 50-year-old presence and energy. And when I see a 20-something-year-old infant, toddler, embryo, I'm like, oh, wow, I can see the vigor, the youth. I can see, you don't appreciate it when you have it, but I can see why people, kind of get all psyched about that stuff. The next, so that was the first thing I wanted to bring up. Do you, related to that, if you want to riff on it. And then as regards to Ghetto Songbird, one of the things that she shared is that with one of her children, she lost her hair. I think it was Djembe. Yeah, he was a particularly difficult birth from the beginning until he came out. Tamara, you're frozen. My video has been spotlighted for everyone. That's great. I don't see Tamara anymore. We're having technical difficulties, folks. I'm waiting for Tamara to return. Tamara. I am unmuted. I have a feeling that Tamara is just going to log on. She's not in the room. Maybe her internet went down. It's possible. Okay, folks, we're going to take a brief intermission while we troubleshoot this, and we'll be back in a few minutes, hopefully, with Tamara Xavier. Thank you. Oh, she is here. I can't lie down then.
Hello?
Hello, dear sister.
Yes, I apologize. Something happened in the apartment here where everything shut down for a little while. So I missed a bit of things, and I'm now using a different device. I'm using my phone now until we can figure that out. So I apologize, but I missed everything.
That's
maybe for like a minute or two. Did you notice?
So are you different? Okay with your setup looks different. Is that intentional?
It's because I'm using my phone now.
Okay,
because
that's fine. I just wanted to. It's not that easy for me to type into the chat thing, so I just want to quickly just tell Gina and everybody that Ebony will be here. She just confirmed, so she's gonna log in right before her share. Okay, so Tammy, thanks, Gina. Gina confirmed. So Tamara, I just accidentally said the name that I wasn't supposed to say, but it's okay. So Tamara, you need your glass. Are you okay? You're looking off into the sunset.
Well, I'm going to try to get back on with the other device I had before, because it was working fine. But
no, actually, you know what? You sound better here. Can we stick to here?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm not getting any.
Sure.
Yeah, before on that other one, maybe it was stable. The shaky is not so great. The other one was stable, but we were losing half of your dialogue. So this one's good. Okay?
All right.
Fantastic. And I'm glad that you were able to get back on as quickly as you were. So that's good. That was very lightning speed fast. So Ghetto Songbird shared that with the birth of one of her children, whose name I believe was Djembe, caused her significant hair loss. Not just little bits here and there, but actual significant patches of hair loss. And she got significant weight gain. And she said the weight, she's like, she was very okay with the body weight. She was like, it was just, on the one hand, it was, all she had to do was change the kinds of clothes that she wore. But on the other hand, she was used to wearing, she's like, I'm the one who was known for wearing, the strapless this and the this and that. So what you wear changes according to what you can fit into and find and all of that stuff. So she talked about some elements of childhood that were rough for her as an artist. So getting to you, care to share about, you know, what it's like to be a dancer choreographer and then have, you know, weight gain from childbirth and age happening. It's, you know, certainly to be a dancer choreographer in your 20s is not the same as being a working parent of an energetic child while you're in your 50s. And with all of that that comes on. So I also wrote, how does being a child and being a working mother or working parent affect your, maybe I should leave that as the last question. Don't answer that question yet, because there's a thing that pairs up with it, and I don't want to give you too much. So changing body / aging body, and how, you know, the child, you know, childbirth, body changing, how does that work for you as a dancer? How have you, you know, what's the word? How have you not incorporated, reconciled what physically just happens with dance?
You want me to answer that now, or did you say you wanted to hold off on that?
No,
can I
yeah.
answer that?
The album, yeah, there was another question that I started with, and I'm going to put it aside for later.
Okay. To be honest, when I have an opportunity to perform, if given a chance, you know, I'm not really actively seeking opportunities. I don't write for grants to perform or to choreograph something. If I were, I probably would use
I know she froze again, and I'm just gonna
can you
yeah,
your screen
you
okay.
froze. No, you froze. No, you froze. No, your screen froze.
Well,
Your screen
okay.
froze.
All right, but everything's okay now?
Yes.
Okay. So
Just to
I
give you
was never
the time check, we're going until 2:55, and it's now 1:35. Just checking in.
you mean 1:55. I'm sorry.
Yeah, 1:55. We're going to, I stand corrected. We are going until 1:55, and it is now 1:35.
Got it. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So as I was saying, so most of the time, even in my 20s, I was not performing anything outside of my range of motion. So, you know, I wasn't putting my leg up here in my gestures. So many times,
There was a lot of
I would make somebody, yes, a whole lot of this, you know,
yes.
a whole lot of that, a whole lot. So, I didn't always, and again, going back to my referencing Entisaki Shange, and you know, not always connecting physical, muscular, you know, literal physical motion as a point of departure for choreography. Of course, yes. We are, you know, we're going to move, but one a work by Ursula Rucker, I literally like walked on stage with my hands over my eyes. I had counted the steps to like the middle where I knew like, you know, the center of the stage was. But I literally like walked and did quite a lot of what we, you know, academics would call like pedestrian movement, mime and things like this. So that's very postmodern. It's not like, ooh, groundbreaking, or anything like that. But again, I'm not interested in the forms, of too much like abstract art, um, with lines being the focus always, and just the space you're making. Also, because I would make a lot of solo works, so I'm not, using a lot of multiple bodies, to make shapes. So you kind of work with what you have, to make what you can make. So, everybody has limits. Everybody has restrictions, whether it be budgetary, whether it be physical, whether it be, time, space. I remember one of my professors spoke about making his choreography in his living room. And if there was a table in the middle of his living room, his choreography was going to be related to, well, in my living room, there was a table. So this is what I had to do. And this is what I'm going to do on stage, So, you just move forward. And so, again, I'm glad to have this opportunity to have this conversation. If I was, asked to do a performance, I would make a work that I could do, or find someone, pay someone to perform the piece. So I don't really see it as a limitation in any way, getting older or having a child. I don't think that really has anything to do with anything, except for the time. The only thing I can think of in concrete way is the time and the tension and the focus on my child, can keep me from, and my child's needs can keep me from working, serving the form. When it's like, okay, the form will be fine. It's not going anywhere. But, my child needs certain things. So I got to make sure that happens.
That was one of the most exciting things I've heard in like a long time. That was so
Oh, wow.
awesome. Yeah, because I love talking shop and hearing other people talk shop. So hear things like line, pedestrian, form. I mean, that's just amazing. And it's also totally new to me, this concept of an able-bodied, and I've heard people say temporarily able-bodied because we never know how long we have our ability to move, choreographer talk about choreographing, like pedestrian, like non-super athletic, I'm gonna like be a gymnast. Like I just assumed that dance and choreography were all like out of my reach, just things that I could admire from afar, so that's really, and I figured like anything else would be from people who were either physically different, like significantly larger than a typical dancer, or what's the other thing? Oh, physically disabled. But other than those two things, if they didn't have any visibly super challenging issues, then everybody who's in dance and choreography does stuff that clearly I could not do. No way could I get up on stage and do that. So but that doesn't mean that what you do looks easy. Now I know how you do it. It doesn't look, I still don't think even when you were doing that Haitian thing where you go like this, that. So it's not that I couldn't do that, but it's and everybody's gonna think, oh, she dances with her hands apparently. No, but I mean, it's just, that was just very informative, and so thank you so much for sharing that. And I think it's, do you want to say something, because you look like you want to say something?
No, I just said you're welcome.
Oh yeah. And another thing that surprised me is that that's the way I do love. Like that's how I think about love and life. I think there are no barriers. And so I wrote down, use what you have, start where you are. That's something I say on YouTube a lot. Like, use what you have, start where you are. Like everybody has something that they can use towards their dream. Okay, so what else? So how does it so the child being a working mother, I think you might have address that. So I'm going to go into our previous questions. It's 1:45. Get out of here right now. So we have 10 minutes. So I'm going to ask you this question, which I heard from an interview. Mariah Carey was in Brazil, and she was being asked at the end of the interview, is there anything that you wish that I had asked? Which I think is a really, really great question, but I think I already gave you plenty of opportunity. You can still try to think about it, but I think I definitely gave you plenty of opportunity to contribute to the content of this conversation, to think, oh, I really want it. I think you got a lot of it in your bio. Because you remember when we were talking and you were saying certain things, and it's like, I never would have thought to ask you about no. And then you did your bio, and there was all this stuff that reminded me of your career that I had lived through, So I was like, oh yeah, that's right. I remember this. I remember that. I remember this. But yeah, for the last 10 minutes, think about if there's anything that you would like me to ask you. Should I pause? Or is there anything you want to think about in the last 10 minutes? Because I could get to talking.
I don't want to think in the next 10 minutes. I can, for the next few minutes, just talk about the role I feel like dance has in healing.
Yes.
So, I think that all art forms, people create art, from humanity's, beginnings, out of need to like build community. So I think that one of the things that has been hard with the COVID, people say the panorama. What? I don't know why, but I hear that sometimes instead of pandemic, panorama. Anyway, but with the pandemic and people being really isolated, I found like reaching out to people has been something that I've been drawn to do. Getting out in nature has been something I've been drawn to do. Very recently visited Arboretum for the very first time. Having lived in Philadelphia for so many years, and even living in the Northeast in Philadelphia for like the past 8 years or so. I've never been there, but before. But trying to get out into nature, trying to reach out and communicate with people, that connects to me, with how dance, when you work, even though I've created a lot of solo work where I performed as a solo, but many times I've collaborated with other artists, like filmmakers, like Tina Morton, Aisha Simmons. So the work isn't always, me by myself, even though I might be the only person performing, and I've performed with other people as well. But the fact that there is a very strong connection with community, and dance is connected to me in the whole way that it heals people, because we communicate with each other. We're, testing out, whatever our ideas are, our feelings, our emotions. A lot of times I'll watch conversations amongst actors, and I'll relate to their conversation about how they, develop their character, what they have to unpack in their own personal lives to bring this to life. And whether it be a singer-songwriter like yourself who has to, make the song, you don't have to, I don't mean it doesn't have to, but when the song comes to you, or, when is something, the idea based on, what you've seen, friends you've had, how you've seen people interact with each other. There's a process of observation reflecting, giving back, you know, to the people who will be seeing you or hearing you. And that interaction and that dialogue and that communication is something I think we just all need. You know, it's just really, and it doesn't have to be super formal. It doesn't have to be at the Kennedy Center, but it's great if it is too. But I just, that's something that I feel is ongoing, whether or not I've been I want to, I feel like something, I should be doing something else, something more. Recently I took my son, Earl, uh, to a goat walk. Like there's this something called Billy Goat Project, where on the farm in Arboretum, that's how I got there for the first time. They were doing a goat walk, so I thought, oh, that would be neat for Earl. And Tripita Mason was giving a poetry workshop. And Tripita Mason, I've been following for years and years and years, and hadn't seen her in years and years and years. And she was giving a talk about, she selected poems about water because she's in collaboration with the Philadelphia, I forget their official title, but the water reservoirs, in the Philadelphia water something. I'm sorry, I don't remember. But they're collaborating with artists to talk about the importance of not littering, keeping our like sewers clean, keeping our waterways clean, you know. And I just felt like, wow, I'm on my path. You know, I might not be like seeking out certain things, but I just happen to feel to go to the thing. And here I Rita Mason, who I love. And you know, read some poetry and wrote some poetry with her in the workshop. Earl did a drawing and we had a great time, you know. And so I just think living life, continue your craft, you know, feeding yourself, what to do will, you know, just sustain you when things are difficult, you know, and things are very difficult now for everyone, I think, you know, so at different degrees and things like that. But, you know, I just, you know, I appreciate, you know, this space here because we're probably winding down soon. But I think that would be something that I want to make sure to communicate how, you know, the dance is it's in my head. It's here and it's in my heart and it's, you know, it's in the choices that I make to try to, you know, just be a good person and express my creativity. Yeah, that's what it's always been about. I think that's what it's always going to be about. And, you know, the future, we'll see what might come in the future in different forms, but yeah, it's never far away. It's never something that it's put down. It's never put down. It's always happening.
Thank you so much. We have 5 minutes left, so I want to ask you one last question. If you wouldn't mind talking a little bit about what inspired your choreography while you were actively making dances. Uh-oh, she's gone again. Well, until Tamara comes back, I'll just share that I recall when I was sharing apartments with her, I would be witness to various things that would inspire her during her creativity. She went through a long spell of Tori Amos, listening to Tori, reading everything Tori ever wrote, lyrics, books, everything. Are you back yet? I don't know. So Tori Amos, this Japanese designer.
Okay.
Oh, you're back? Okay.
Don't think me.
Are you talking to Earl or me?
Yeah.
Hi.
Okay. Yeah.
What
I'm talking to you. I'm talking to Cassandra.
Why? Because I can't hear. I just heard
Cassandra. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
What did you say?
Yes, I can hear you.
So,
Tamara.
my inspirations. You were asking about the inspirations, influences.
Yeah, what inspired you
Yeah.
while you were choreographing? And when we couldn't hear you, I told folks that I remembered Tori Amos was one of your one of your muses. Oh, for crying out loud.
Yeah. I definitely went through. What happened? What happened? I heard you. Okay.
I can
Yes.
I
That
can
I
hear
went through
you
that
now,
thing.
but
I went through
go
that.
ahead. Go ahead, answer the question. Yeah.
Um. So this is me answering the question. Um. Yeah, I would get inspired by a lot of different things. Music has always been a really strong inspiration, music, because although what I learned when I went to graduate school is although like dance sort of entered academia through by way of like physical education and but of course in most traditions, especially like obviously in African in traditions of Africa, um the relationship between dance and music, it's like they're the same. Baba Chuck Davis would often say that when he sees dancing, he needs to hear the music while you're dancing. Your dancing should be such that, and I think Diane McIntyre also has a similar, even though her idiom jazz type thing, but where the movement has its own musicality, and when you hear music, visions come to your mind. So definitely I think that was a strong, when I was heavy into like listening to Tori Amos, because I grew up with a father who played the piano, and I always was, and even Aretha Franklin. I did a choreography for a organization called Long Walk Home, to Aretha Franklin's song Spirit in the Dark. Love, love, love that song. Spirit in the Dark by Aretha Franklin. And there's something about piano players, or actually just people who accompany themselves. I love to hear how they weave the song with their instrument, and how their voice and the lyrics play off of the music that they're playing. Even though I don't play an instrument, I'm fascinated by that. And so so that's something that inspires my choreography. And when it's the fashion designer, because I do love fashion. I do love fashion design. How people, are trying to relate to the contemporary wearer, with whatever ideas they have in their minds, but how to be functional, and how does your form adapt based on how it's functioning, and time. Yeah, I
And
appreciate
see.
that. Thank you for the time.
Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a really, really great talk and learned a lot. And I hope people were as inspired as I was by everything you said. So thank you so much thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. I'm looking forward to listening to the other presenters. I won't probably be able to stay the whole day today, but looking forward to the next presenter. And thanks again for the time. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you so much, Tamara. It's weird saying your name, Tamara. But thank you. And yeah, I'll talk to you soon. Okay.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Big hugs. Normally I would say love you to my sister, but I probably still could do that here, but might accidentally start saying it to everybody. That's okay. Okay. What?
Did I turn the video off, or what?
Oh, yes. Protocol is to
take the video off and mute myself
and
mute
mute
myself.
yourself. Yes, video off and mute
We
yourself.
did go over that just an hour ago. All right. Thank
That's
you again.
okay. No problem. See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Kai, I'm just looking up your bio before I introduce thyself. So I've got it on my phone. That was such a great presentation. So I'm really proud of that. So I'd like to thank Tamara L., Tamara Lynn, Xavier for being here. And now I'm going to introduce Kai Oceans. So Kai Oceans is a non-binary identified artist who loves to create artwork from his inner world that expresses his sense of happiness and joy. His work is known to include sweets, magical girls, bright colors, mystical creatures, and anything that lifts the mood and spirit. When he's not creating, he's often writing about spirituality, doing angel readings, watching anime, and reading manga, and going on adventures in his hometown of Philadelphia. Please welcome Kai Oceans.
Hello, and thank you for the amazing introduction, Cassandra. So yes, my name is Kai Oceans, and I will be speaking today about how to recover from a long hiatus from your craft, like a creative one, whether it's art, drawing, dancing, singing, writing, etc. I wanted to talk about this because that's been my experience. I've been drawing. I guess a little bit more about me. My name is Kai Oceans, non-binary, assigned female at birth. So I've been raised and socialized as female. And I've been drawing since I could hold a pencil. I love to draw. That is my truest passion. Nothing that I can think of, and I have a lot of things that I love, can top the feeling, that experience, that joy, or that beingness of just drawing and just being in the zone when I'm creating, particularly when it comes to drawing. I love to draw anime and manga and things of that nature, but I also dabbled in oil painting, still life. I love doing like Photoshop work and things of that nature. So I'm just a creative person overall. But my main squeeze is drawing. And what has happened when I was going into my teens, I started posting my art online. And this was about in the 2000s, like early 2000s, like 2000, I think it was like 2004, 2005. I started posting my art online. And of course, before I started posting my art online, when I had access to a scanner, I would look at art like on a computer through like Japanese websites and just whatever websites I could find. It was like so much fun. And then I would print out those pictures and draw things that I was inspired by. And once I went online and start actually posting my art and got into that real comparison mode, you know, it really kind of dragged me down. But I kept drawing and creating. I would draw every day. And it was until, I think it was like my early 20s where I pretty much stopped drawing. A lot of life happened, not just like in myself as an artist, but just in my personal life, growing up in a lot of dysfunction, alcoholism, trauma, like all sorts of stuff. And besides the life stuff, just as an artist and trying to put my name out there as an artist and trying to get better. And, you know, I had this sort of high standards for myself that it felt like I could never really achieve, that really beat me down inside. So when I sort of stopped drawing, because I had this, for some reason, my back just started hurting out of nowhere. Like nothing happened. I didn't pull a muscle or anything. My back just started hurting. And I would create and draw on the computer most of the time back then. And so I couldn't like sit in my chair and draw. So I had to, you know, not draw. And so I just sort of not even kind of sort of, I pretty much stopped drawing. And for a couple of years, and then again, just little pictures here and there. And again, a lot of life has happened between, say, 2021 and now, well, the past 10 years. And it was maybe around the last maybe 4 or 5 years, I started to dabble back into my art again. And it can be very devastating because I never thought I would be one of those people that would take a big hiatus from their art. I always thought I was going to be drawing every day, all the time for the rest of my life because it was such a practice for me. But once it happened, and for a good reason, I was like really just exhausted over just being in the online space and all the constant discourse and the internet being the internet, and just not feeling good enough within myself. It just felt good to just not have to think about any of those things. So obviously, me being an artist and wanting to draw and wanting to create, I tried to get back into it, but a lot of my inner feelings around myself as an artist and my art in general, was a really big, thick wall. And it's been building since I was very young. It was around when I started posting my art online in my early teens is when it felt like, oh, I'm not as good as any of these people, or more people is getting more attention, more likes, more hearts, and all those like metrics and things. And at the time I thought, oh my God, the more of those hearts and those numbers that you get, the objectively better you are, which is not true. But having that perspective and just being that young, because I mean, it's not like the social media and the internet we have today, where it's like all super normal. It's sort of like near the beginning where this was kind of like a brand new thing that I'm dabbling in as a 13, 14, 15-year-old. So it felt as real as it could get. Like these was real things that really mattered. And not to say that, those what I call them vanity metrics aren't helpful or useful, but they shouldn't determine your value or your worth or what you believe is like the objective truth of how good you are, because it's simply not the case. So that really kind of stuck with me in a negative way, that sort of, how can I explain it? Just that disbelief in myself and that feeling that I couldn't get better, I couldn't improve no matter how much I did or how much I drew, how much I practiced and whatever. So that was kind of like the seed that was planted, and it just kind of grew out of control because I had no real way to really reconcile that. Like there was just, I wasn't seeing no type of therapist or anything like that. I just, I just decided just when my back started hurting and I just had to take some time away from just like drawing, I decided to just, kind of leave it at that, just so I can like kind of recover and just get my brain back. So around maybe 2016, I think properly, I started going to Studio in Carminati. I would go to like classes there, special classes where we would practice still life, and we work on like values and just like the fundamentals of drawing. And being in a classroom setting, drawing something completely different that's not like anime or cartoons or anything in that realm, and working with new materials. We was working with charcoal or graphite. I think it's called charcoal, actually. It's charcoal. And then we had the paintbrush to, move it around and give lights and shadows and all those different things. And having like proper teachers that's been doing this for as long as I've been alive, that was a great way for me to sort of gently, little baby step by little baby step, sort of get back into sort of drawing. And I have been a little bit like drips and drops before that point, but it never stuck. I would be, okay, today I'm going to draw, I'm going to finally do it. I'm going to, do the thing, make a name for myself, be like hot shit on Instagram, all that. And, maybe it would last for a couple of days, maybe a week, but I would eventually just kind of fall out of it. I just wasn't, it just wasn't there as much as I wanted it to be there. And I think a lot of that was because of my own like disbelief in myself. But having this sort of structure and just being able to be creative, and it's close enough as far as like drawing wise with pencil and paper, and having like guidance from, really loving, amazing artists that helped me to, again, very slowly, very like, what do you call them? Grams of salt worth of sort of belief in myself, and, seeing things differently, seeing myself differently, seeing my art differently, seeing art and visual art and art in general differently. And so I did that for a couple of years. And again, I didn't get back into drawing sort of like how I used to, but I was creating a bit more. And even when I wasn't drawing, in that sort of maybe 5 to 10 year gap, like however you want to describe, of true hiatus, if I wasn't drawing completely full out or just drips or drops, I was still being creative in other means through Photoshop. I would do live vision boards for my computer desktop. I would do graphic design. When I was working, I would do graphic design stuff for them. It wasn't postcards. It was a flyer. I guess it was a flyer, but it's like a small postcard size flyer, and just other things. So I was still being creative, but it just wasn't drawing. And it's not, I mean, nothing can substitute drawing for me, but if I need that creative fix, there is other things I can do. I work with jewelry and clay and all sorts of stuff, and even photography, which I love. I'm not super serious about it, but I just do enjoy it, and just taking pictures and trying to get angles and perspectives and anything to make a picture or a scene or whatever I'm taking a picture of look really good. So I was doing everything that I can to still be the creative person that I knew myself to be, even when I felt that drawing wasn't an option for me. And truly, like, this is probably more true than just drawing, but being a successful artist wasn't available to me, or being a good artist, like technically, wasn't available to me. Like, it felt like something that I just could not achieve no matter what. But after going to the Studio Carminati classes and learning like the actual fundamentals of drawing, I slowly started to like understand within myself on an emotional level rather than like a logical one, that I can become better. There are structures and different ways of practicing and different methods to understand how to draw, how to create, how to make something that you see into a realistic picture. And of course, that always, the fundamentals translate to most, I guess, visual art. So it really helped me in my own drawing, my own style. And it was really exciting. But I think it was until fairly recently that I sort of decided, not been decided, but yeah, I guess it was a decision to get back into my art, to make an art shop. That's one of my dreams, to have an Etsy shop and to start on that. And even though the Etsy shop is technically up, it only has one thing in there. And, I have been creating more and gotten like an iPad to draw and Procreate and all these different things. It was still difficult to draw every day and have that routine and sort of like really have it like in my life the way I wanted to. So I think it was like as of last week, I had to find a way or some type of system to help me track, not how much I'm drawing, but I wanted to draw every day. So I made this big goal and all that stuff. That's not really important to this, but I had to break it all down into a sort of easy to do, everyday, low effort sort of tasks or just a task a day that I can do, which was drawing for at least 25 minutes. And I would just draw the male anatomy, like the body, not that anatomy, but, just I guess the muscles technically when I'm drawing. And that's something that I can do to sort of get back to the habit of drawing again. And so that's been very helpful. And just emotionally, that's been helpful for me. And having my artwork on like printed material has been helpful for me, because in my job that I used to work at, we would have like not gift cards, greeting cards. And one of my coworkers, she saw a painting that I did maybe like a year before or so. And when she brought it out, because it's like in the back in the art sort of room where I worked in, she brought it out and said, "Wow, this is really nice." And I was like, "Oh, that's the painting I did." It was balloons, like a pastel balloons with a pink background. It was in acrylic and it's in this big canvas. I don't see it around, but just want to keep talking. So she asked, like, "Do you want to finish it? This can make a really good, like a birthday card for the greeting card collection." So I was like, "Yeah, I can finish it." And so I did. I think the piece overall probably took me, I don't know, maybe 10 hours or less. I originally started that piece when I would go to these sort of free art. It wasn't a class, but it was a place you can go in a community where you can just show up, whether you have materials or not, and just create things. They had everything there. So that's what I did. One of those times I just had this like big canvas. I just started painting these balloons on it, because I like things that are happy, joyous, the pinks, the purples, those ethereal colors, those dreamy things. And I was just drawing. So I finished the painting. They turned it into a greeting card, and it sold very well. And at the times that when I was working, was in a pop-up shop selling like the greeting cards, the other products that we would make. People would really love, the cards and the art, and buying from the artists, because it's not just going to Rite Aid or Hallmark to get some card that's been mass produced in some way. It's like you see the person, you see the artwork, you can connect the picture to the face, talk to that person, and you're supporting directly the person and also the nonprofit I was working for. So it that gave me a lot of confidence as well. And again, these are very like small gram size sort of improvements in my overall like belief in myself as an artist, since again, the thick wall that I had between my belief in myself and where I am now was just like so like far away, like this, like so big. But it really did help me to get back into it. And now I'm in a place where I know that I can get better as an artist. Like technically I can get better. I know there's techniques and tools and all sorts of stuff, and having experience with selling my artwork and, having classes like real art classes that shows you the real fundamentals of art. Cause that's the first time I've really had something like that. I went through illustration classes at Moore College when I was in high school, in an animation class, but those things are different. Like this is like an actual, like you're drawing the bowl of fruit type of classes. And it was really good because the teachers was great. I loved every minute of it. It took me like 3 weeks to kind of really get into it, since it was like really different, but I kept my mind open and, I wanted to be there and learn and stuff. I just had to really, had to get over sort of like the learning curve of creating and drawing in a different way. But after that, I was in it for sure. So it all those different things between like the technical aspects of being an artist and just the emotional aspects of being an artist was starting to become reconciled. And I start building experiences that completely challenge those thoughts I had in my mind as a teenager, that was coming from not really a lot of like evidence. I was just looking at, my art compared to someone else's and like numbers or just how I felt. and making that reality when that's not actual reality. It's just how I'm feeling about what I'm witnessing, but that's not the objective truth of the entire world of every possibility that's, available to me. So, at this point, I'm starting to practice drawing every day. As of last week, I might have already said this, but just in case I didn't or didn't finish the thought, because I can, go on tangents. I'm basically writing a goal of drawing like 25 minutes at least every day, and I'm tracking it. And it's helping me to achieve this bigger goal of like making comics of my like daydreams and stories that I have in my mind. And I really like that because I have a specific goal that I want to achieve. I understand it. I know what it means to me. I have the different sort of like the goal and then the things that would take for me to get there, which is like drawing better anatomy, learning how a story is created and like the mechanics of it and all that stuff. And then like the comic part of the paneling and word bubbles and et cetera, et cetera. And now like I'm on the drawing better part. So the tasks under drawing better is drawing, learning the anatomy, just drawing better. So that's what I'm doing. And the daily tasks of that is drawing every day, practicing for 25 minutes a day. So I gather a bunch of pictures on Pinterest and other different places of like the human body or like a male body specifically, put them in my Dropbox, and I pick one of the poses or whatever, and I just draw it for however long, but for at least 25 minutes. And right now my average is probably like an hour, between an hour and a half. And it's actually very helpful for me because it's something that is very concrete because I have it in a bullet journal. And it's better for things like as far as writing down goals and things like that. It's better for it to be in like a physical written form versus like on the phone or computer, because when it's tactile, I can just go to it. I'm not relying on the device being charged or the thing being on for me to go to it. And then when it's in a computer, it just feels like it doesn't exist in a certain way. But when it's physically there, I can just refer to it at any time and look at it. And, I wrote it. So it's like, I know it's there. So it makes it more real for me. And it's been going really well. And I am just using this sort of goal in the system just to see how I can help myself become a better artist technically. Because it's not that I never had the wherewithal to do these things. I just need a system where I can track everything. So if I do veer off or I miss a day or whatever, I can just refer back to it. It's almost like a point of contact, a point of reference, and be like, oh, this is what I'm doing. This is what I need to do. I can just continue it on. So that's what I've been doing. That's sort of like my journey in, having a big hiatus or sort of burnout in creativity, and how I'm getting back into it and how I'm recovering from that, because it's a real thing. It's definitely real. And I know for me, the biggest piece of it was the emotional part. If I had that belief in myself that I did now, I wouldn't have allowed the hiatus to go on for so long, because even if I did make a mistake in my art or, got into a comparison mode between my art and someone else, I would have the wherewithal or just a belief in myself to be like, okay, it doesn't matter how someone else creates. I just need to mind my own business and just keep doing what I'm doing, because I know that if I keep drawing and, just no one's taking on my grind, because I hate that phrase so much, but, if I keep drawing and practicing, I'm going to get better. Like, that's just how things work. And I enjoy learning. I love learning better techniques when it comes to drawing and exercises and things like that. I love seeing myself improve. So it's not that I don't have the passion within myself. It's just, again, the emotional piece of, who you think you are compared to how well you do in the craft that you do, really was the sort of the monkey wrench in the gears. So with that, I guess I'll go over, the ways that anyone out there that is currently in like maybe a deep hiatus or trying to get out of a hiatus or trying to get back into their creative craft, how you can do that and how to make that easier for yourself, because it can be very daunting, especially if you've done it for a long time or it's something that is deeply ingrained in your identity, because drawing is just, it's basically in my DNA. Like me and drawing, we are one. There's just never a separation. And because of that, that brought on a lot of guilt and shame within me, because I felt like I should be better than this. I should be drawing, and all that sort of gobbledygook that one would think about. So I'm just going to pull up the things that I wrote. So getting back to your craft after a long hiatus or creative burnout, my first tip, and probably the most important one, is to take baby steps. It's tempting to just go full on out with getting back into the writing, the singing, the dancing, the whatever, and just, pick up where you left off, where you was like at your peak at it, or whatever frequency you want to do it in. But, we're human, we're not robots, or depending how long this hiatus was, our lives might be different. We might be living in a new place. We might have a, child or children, have a pet, relationship, job, all those real life, physical things. And we're just unable to do it in the frequency that we want it, like right away. So take baby steps, and not just with the actual drawing piece, but with yourself. Which goes into having self-compassion and self-love, because at the end of the day, no one needs a painting on their wall. You can't eat it. It's not going to keep you warm at night. It's an aesthetic thing. It's something that makes us feel better. It's something that, that's not based on survival. And so because it's not based on survival, I don't need to draw or create for the world to go around, so I can take the pressure off. So I don't have to be perfect. I can make mistakes. I can, do things differently. And if I don't feel like drawing today, or I'm too tired, I can just do that, because the world isn't like crawling at my door for my artwork in that way, where it's just like, I need this to survive. Like I can never draw again and the world will be completely fine. And, there's plenty of other artists out there. If they ain't getting it from me, they want to get it from someone else. So it's sort of like, taking that pressure off, taking baby steps while you're going into this, and just having that self-compassion and love, because, you are the how can I say it? You are the painter, you are the artist, you're the one who makes this artwork come into physicality. You're not just picking it off a tree like an apple. You are the one that's channeling this energy, these vibrations, this whatever, into something that someone can take and look at, watch, listen, read. And so that channel, that avenue, that has to be, aligned. So take it slow. Don't rush yourself. Don't put all this weird pressure on you, especially when it comes to how other people see you and your artwork. Like, just leave that at the door. And I guess along those lines, I guess my next tip is to get messy. Let it be okay to make mistakes. So all these things kind of more relate to, I guess, maybe drawing, but I guess can be applied to any creative endeavor. But yeah, allow yourself to make mistakes, especially if you're like rusty. So I know with drawing, if you don't use it, you kind of lose it. So you can get rusty if you haven't drawn much of anything. Luckily, just with my classes and different things like that, I've gotten gradually better, not as good as I would have been if I kept drawing consistently, but it wasn't like a downturn. It was an upturn. But at the same time, I get frustrated with myself with like not drawing perfectly and all those different things. But I have to remember that, I can't speak to other forms of like creation. But I know with like art and like drawing, painting, like visual arts and that type of thing, a lot of the work in it is correcting mistakes and, straightening things out and, checking the lighting and, just adjusting things. Like I don't just draw a circle and it's perfect. And then the whole character that I'm trying to draw just comes into view into the paper. Like this is Harry Potter. Like I have to adjust and, readjust and redraw the things and the stuff. And once I'm done, I have to, take a break and look at it again and, keep adjusting it. So it's to the level and to the style that I want it to be. So it's not only okay to make mistakes, it's kind of the point. And let that be okay. And, really reframe the mistakes from like, I'm making a mistake and I'm not perfect and I'm not good enough to, this is part of the process. I think we're so used to seeing like the finished, polished product that people create on social media and television that we think it's normal to just be so fucking talented that you can just do the thing once and it's like an Academy Award winning thing. And it's just not the case. Like everyone has to correct and make adjustments and course correct and, refine it until it's at that level where everyone can see it and it's like sparkling and pretty and perfect. So get messy, allow yourself to make mistakes. That's part of the process of being a creator. Let that be all right. As far as, let's see, positive affirmations. The next tip is, this is more on the emotional sort of level of things. Say, if you're used to saying negative things about yourself in your artwork, really do positive affirmations, find ways to reframe that perspective, because that's all that it is a perspective. You are not your thoughts, and your thoughts isn't objective reality. So even if you think, what you do isn't good enough, it doesn't mean the next person isn't going to love what you do, what you sing, what you write, what you dance. Because the thing that really helps me to understand that, I think I can actually do this is people buying my art, like the painting that I did, which, I was doing just for kind of shits and giggles. It wasn't for the purpose of anything besides just joy. And other experiences where people bought my art, even when I felt like it wasn't perfect, people were very, happy to buy it or, say it was great or nice, or he was happy to see me draw again. So when you think those negative thoughts, remember that those things aren't, again, objectively true. It's just a thought, and you can supersede that thought by saying, you know what? Okay, this piece of art or whatever I did, I hate it, but I can also get better. Like that's still out there for me. I can still be successful. That's still out there for me. I can adjust and change it. It's not a big deal. I had the rest of my life to keep creating, and, I'm still good enough. Like you're still good if you make a mistake, or if the thing that you wanted to do didn't come out perfectly. Like you're still a lovable person with value. Like your value doesn't come from what you create. As much as we want everything that we create to be like, a reflection of our perfection, it simply is not. Like it's just one piece of who we are that we're kind of like projecting in artwork and songs and things of that nature. And so if the thing that comes out of us isn't like, I don't know, objectively perfect to us or even to other people, it doesn't make us, a bad person or less valuable. So positive affirmations, get those stinking thinking thoughts out of there. So trying to see if I put this in a good order. So another tip is, change the environment and make things as comfortable as possible. So take an example from me. When I started to, draw things for 25 minutes this week, I had to make sure that my desk was clean, because before that point, it was messy, full of like other like or projects that I started and like didn't finish, and just papers and all that. And I can't work in that environment. When things are cluttered, it just makes me just go crazy because it's just too much to take in. So obviously clean your space, wherever you're drawing it, make it comfortable, and make it so it's easy for you to get down and do the thing that you want to do. Also, along those lines, is make it a priority as if you were getting paid. And I think this is the physical in real life piece that I definitely was skipping out on after my hiatus, because I got out of practice of making my drawing a priority, is, making it a priority. Because I would draw every night for like maybe 2 or 3 hours. And that was just the thing that I did because, I was doing this for like so long, and most of that time I was in school. So that was pretty much the only time where I had to draw. And even though maybe between the hours of 8 and I think it was like maybe 10 o'clock or even 11, some shows would be on, I would turn it off and just put on my headphones, listen to the music, and draw, because I made it a priority. And I was so used to doing that. That was the thing for me to do. Like it was kind of unheard of me like not doing that. But once, I had that big chunk of time not doing that. And then by the time I did start to get into it, I was living on my own, and, all these different things was going on in my life, where when I was at home and really didn't have a lot of responsibilities or things to keep up with, it was easier for me to just do and, focus on that. Now I have all these other priorities that feels way more important than just drawing that I had to sort of compete with. So a lot of time drawing wasn't a priority. I might have drew once or twice or maybe for like a week, but I would just fall out of fashion with it. But now I have to make it a priority. It has to be as important as if it's any other job or paying a bill. So that's what I did. Even if I'm not drawing at the same time consistently, I'm still at least putting in 25 minutes of practicing drawing, and, making the actual task of practicing drawing very, low energy, low effort. I'm just drawing someone else's picture or copying it to understand the body. It makes it easy for me to just do it instead of, okay, I need to draw a whole new picture and I got to think of something, where that can take up a lot of resources. So combining just at least 25 minutes and, making the actual task easy, understandable for me to do, I'm much more able to make a priority because it's not very daunting. So make it a priority. Like if you have to move things around, move them around, because you really have to understand and know what this means to you and what you really want to do in the grand scheme of things when it comes to your artwork. Even if it's just drawing for yourself and creating things very well, that's still, that's a great goal, but you have to have that connection with it. You have to know what it means for you to do this, for you to have that sort of inner perseverance to keep doing it. Let's see. Here's a good follow-up to that, is to add structure, which is, for me, the structure is, okay, every day for 30 days, we're going to draw for at least 25 minutes. And it's going to be learning to know anatomy or the muscles or whatever. So that's what we're going to draw. And that structure of just 25 minutes and like this very like objective thing that I can see and do every day easily is so helpful, because when I love just being all over the place, but I think because I've been living on my own for a good long while and there's a lot of things that I could keep up with, it's just so much easier if it's just something that is self-contained that I could just repeat every single day. I don't want to draw something brand freaking new every single day and have to think about all that, especially in like practicing. Like I need it to be simple and easy and something that I can get, understand, and do, because I have everything else that I have to think about. So adding that structure in my routine so that I'm getting the habit of drawing every day, but also learning how to draw better is super helpful. I think that's really like the MVP of my whole sort of like recovery, or maybe it is, this time is part of recovery, but I think like feeling well enough that I can really draw and do the things that I want to do with it now. I think that's really helping me to this structure of drawing every day is really helping me to get back into it and feel like I'm an artist again, and I'm doing it every day like I used to. So also with the topic of adding structure, one thing you could do to kind of get back into your craft is to do the Pomodoro method. And that's basically is setting a timer for 25 minutes where you do the work that you want to do. And then after 25 minutes, you take a 5-minute break. So 25 minutes of work, then a 5-minute break. And then there's 25 minutes again of working, 5-minute break. And you do that set as many times as you want. I think after the fourth one, you take a longer break, like maybe 10 or 15 minutes, but that's the basic method, the Pomodoro method. And that right there has changed the game for me. Like, I feel like I can do damn near anything because now there's a allotted time that I can do it. It's not just, okay, I need to do this. I need to start doing it. I have to do it now, but I'm not doing it because it feels like there's just too much open space. There's too much possibility, but the Pomodoro method makes it easy for me to just have a lot of time to do it and have control over it because it's in these nice chunks. And I also am not like practicing or working or whatever I'm doing for like a long period of time, because if I start drawing, I can just go on forever. But then it's like, I still need to like go to the bathroom, eat and all that stuff. But since I'm taking a break every 25 minutes, I have time to nourish myself, go to the bathroom, do things that I need to do, but also am able to do the task that I said I was going to do. And again, I can do as many sets as I want. Or if I want to cook something for one of my breaks, I can do that. And then after that longer break of 25 minutes, I can still go back and work for another 25 minutes until I'm done. And it just makes everything so much easier because I feel like I don't have to, again, like try to kind of make up how long I'm going to do it and how it's going to be done and all those different things that can like overwhelm the process. Let's see. Here's another good structural thing. Make sure you have food and water while you work. So when I'm drawing, I make sure, because at least for right now, I'm doing it like pretty early in the morning. So after I have my smoothie, I do the practice for around like an hour or so, but also make so much smoothie that it lasts more than one meal essentially. So I have smoothies that I can rely on. So if I draw for an hour and a half, in the middle of that, I don't need to get up and make like a larger meal or something. Like it's all there. I can just drink my smoothie. My water is there. I can hydrate myself. And that just makes everything so much easier because I'm not going to get hungry, which is going to ruin my mood, really mess with my ability to focus and all those different things. So whatever it is that you need, make sure you got your snacks, your food, your water, whatever things that you need to, practice the thing that you want to do, have those things there every day. Make that a priority, because if drawing is your priority, whatever you need to be able to do those things should also be a priority. Let's see, what is the next one? There's a good one. Make a simple but meaningful goal that helps you get back into practice, which is why I mentioned before with having a goal of wanting to draw comics based off of my daydreams, and then breaking that goal down into like the 3 sort of things I need to learn to make that happen. And then taking those 3 smaller goals or things that I need to learn into like daily tasks. But the real point is having a meaningful goal. that's almost sort of like your North Star. So you're not just practicing just for the sake of practice. The practicing is leading you to a certain goal that you want to see happen in your life. And to be completely honest, I'm not doing this like whole drawing everyday structure thing for the goal. I mean, of course, I want those things to happen. I want to be able to draw more comics of my daydreams and things like that, like when I was younger, which is why I chose the goal in the first place. But it's just the carrot on the stick for me to get back into the habit of drawing every day and practicing every day. So it's almost like a backdoor way of, motivating myself to draw again. And it's not that I hate drawing or practicing, but I'm so used to not doing it and making, quite frankly, excuses for it that it's not easy for me to just, I'm going to draw again because I disappointed myself like 10,000 times beforehand. But now I have a whole structure and, I have an understanding of what I'm doing and what it's leading to. It's easy for me to get motivated because I feel like I'm really am working towards something than just drawing and really not having a real vision for it, or I don't know where exactly I'm going with it. So making sure that you have like a meaningful but simple, like I didn't say I want to be in a fucking gallery like the next year, but I just simply want to draw things that I've imagined, something I've been wanting to do for a long time, which is very simple for me to do. It's still something that really excites me, but it's also, the basket's also close enough to me that it doesn't freak me out and overwhelms me completely. So make a small, simple, but meaningful goal. Let's see. And this might be my last tip, at least that I wrote down, is resist the urge to post it online. Give yourself space. For the love of God, everyone doesn't need to know you doing this, especially since when we feel there's an audience, there's that sort of need to perform. Like it almost taints the process if you're really sensitive to that, because once people are, watching, looking, and possibly judging, that's really going to mess up the flow when you're doing it, because now you're going to feel like it has to be perfect, or now it has to look special, or now it has to be a certain way, because everyone on your Facebook or the Instagrams or TikTok now and just wherever, they will be the ones you're like providing a certain result that you want other people to see and, give you some type of affirmation or reaction to. So just give yourself a lot of time and a lot of space to just, again, be behind closed doors, to practice, get in the flow in it and make mistakes. And that's one of the big reasons why, when you're first kind of doing it, at least on some aspect of it, maybe you don't have to completely shut out the world what you're doing, but give yourself space to make mistakes. Don't post everything that you do. Maybe there's one thing out of the 10 that you can post online if that's what you want to do. That's completely fine. But what I am saying is that, give yourself space to, be the crazy, messy artist. Don't have every single part of that out for everyone to view and judge and make comments on, because now it's not just ours anymore, it's everyone else's, because everyone else gets to see it too and get to comment on it. And that can really mess up your own perception of yourself when you're trying to rebuild that in a stronger, better way. Doki. I think that was all of my tips. But I guess in conclusion, it's not an easy thing to do. I will say that having to go through this process of having this big hiatus and trying to get back into it for years, like has been like a good clean, like 4, 5, 6 years that I've been trying to do this. It's not easy because, when you have this negative story that you've been telling yourself for pretty much all your life, it's hard to challenge that with, these things that seem insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Like, who cares if you draw or practice drawing 25 minutes a day? You know, all those times you felt bad and all these people that are better than you, like, that's what's out there now. And you're not as good as them. So you'll never be as good. And it's just, it's tough, but it is possible to get back into it and feel the joy that you've gotten from it before. Because that's been like a real big motivation. It's just drawing like I did, like I was a child, and just having the fun and the joy of it before I felt the, need to get approval from a bunch of randoms online, or having like, a huge following, things of that nature. And there's nothing wrong with those things, but at the end of the day, that's not the point. I don't draw so I can get a following. I didn't start drawing because I could have a following. I drew and I created because it was fun. And that's the way that I express myself, my ideas, and the things that, I interpret from the world. It's a selfish process. It's a self-indulgent process. And allowing it to be a selfish process is probably the best thing I can really do for myself in it, because now there's no other person or perspective that could come in and kind of ruin it for me. Like, I get to have control over the whole process and the narrative of it. And then once I am ready to like have the thing that I'm creating that's for me, to be out there for other people, I'm able to, and I'm able to handle letting one of my babies go, or, having other people possibly judge or criticize, or, just have people look at it, because, it's a very personal thing to show your artwork or whatever form of art that you're doing, whether it's the traditional art of writing and creating and drawing or something else. So it's tough, but it's doable. And, taking the baby steps and being really loving and nice to yourself, and learning ways to implement like good habits and things really go a long way. And the thing about that is it feels hard and difficult at the beginning, but once you're over that hump, that's why I call sort of like when you're first getting into a habit of something or doing something new, there's sort of like the sort of learning curve. But once you're over that learning curve or the hump, it's a lot easier and it's nowhere near as difficult. And so you only have to do that once. Even though it felt like I did it, well, I never really got over the hump. So I probably had to do it like maybe a handful of times, but not that much. Not as many times as I try to start and just stop before I was even on the upcline of the hump in the first place. But yeah, that was my presentation. That was my talk. I hope the people, the creative folks out there really found this helpful. I do have an Instagram. It's art by Truly, I believe is all one word, on Instagram, or maybe it's art_by_Truly on Instagram. Either way, I'm on there. That's where I post most of my stuff, even though I haven't been posting there for a while, but hopefully that will change in the coming months as I'm getting back into things. Anywhere else, that's pretty much the main plug that I have for my artwork. I hope you guys really enjoyed this, and I hope you take something away from it. And I hope if you are in a hiatus or you are trying to get back and recover from burnout, that it's a smooth and quick recovery. All right.
Hi, I'm back. um, see, it's 2:51. I knew it. We were so 2:55. See, my hands wet because I just washed my hands. Just came from the bathroom.
Oh, great. So I was like, oh, should I keep talking?
Oh yeah, well, I mean, you had until 2:55. So I timed it and I was like, should I I was like, should I chat to the group and let them know that I should be back by 2:55? And then I thought, no, I really have to go now. So I went now. And I came back and horror of horrors.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Here we are at the 15th Annual Black Women's Arts Festival based in Philadelphia and sponsored by the Rotunda.org. We just heard from the wonderful Kai Oceans. There was a lot of really good stuff there. Thank you so much. That was really, I related to a lot of what you said, and it definitely resonated with me. And hope it helped other people. So thank you, Kai. Up next is Nerissa Bond. I'm really looking forward to hearing Nerissa, who was here last year. And now we're going to hear even more from Nerissa because she's going to be here for a full hour doing not only music, but also storytelling, talking about stuff in between each song. Is it going to be in between each song, or are you going to do like a separate talking thing?
It'll be between each song. Yeah.
Awesome.
So I'll do it.
I'm really looking
It's
forward
great
to that.
be here, and it was really nice listening to Kai and also listening to Tamara. It's very, very cool. I have my headphones on, so they're kind of smushing my fro here. But
I thought you were doing that. I thought you were. Actually, I thought you were fluffing it out, but I
was
thought
fluffing it. I was like, but it's so nice to be able to hear yourself. It's the experience is so much better. So anyway, it's great to be here, and I can't wait to maybe one day see Kai's work. That would be really cool. But yeah, that touched upon a lot of things that I've been kind of going through during this pandemic. It's just it hasn't been easy.
Great. Nerissa, is it okay if I read your bio?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Well, the one you sent me is pretty long, but the reason that's really okay is because we have space in the schedule for that.
Oh, okay. All right.
Right, if I read the one that starts out, her mother urged her?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So Nerissa Bond, singer, songwriter, guitarist. Her mother urged her to tell family stories. Nerissa took that to heart, writing family stories her mother told her and putting them to song. Quote, when I write, those voices from the past come to me, unquote. Blessed with a warm soprano, this award-winning musician has released 5 albums, including one, Rhythm of Love, which was released in April of 2019 and nominated for Hampton Roads Veer Awards for Best Album and for Best Acoustic Folk Artist. You can hear her idols in her music from Joni Mitchell to Tracy Chapman. She's opened for many artists, including Alex Dobkin, Lucy Kaplansky, Vance Gilbert. You've opened for Vance Gilbert. Sorry. Wow, he's fantastic. And Tret Fuhrer. Mm-hmm. And so like you've been around Vince Gilbert, like you've been around him and talked words to him and hey, Vance, and alrighty. And Grammy-nominated blues artist Ruthie Foster. Very impressive. Her 3 Words album was honored by Hampton Roads for Best Song and Album. She is featured in the book I've Got Thunder, a collection of stories about Black female recording artists, including Abby Lincoln, Chaka Khan, and Joan Armatrading. You can hear her idols in her music, from Joni Mitchell to Tracy Chapman's finely crafted songs. She studied classical music and jazz guitar, and there are elements of that in her work, as well as a nod to the blues and a strong connection to contemporary folk. Don't you use a lot of alternate tunings? Yeah, you do. Because you'll go into one of them, I'm like, there she goes. It's one of those amazing, complex, mystical things that I'll never get. I'll never understand how to do that. There's good reason, radio host Barry Graham says, quote, Nerissa has set a new standard for the art of singing and songwriting. She is the real thing, unquote. Get the real thing. Listen to Nerissa Bond. Please welcome Nerissa Bond.
Thank you so much. I'll explain to you about those alternate tunings. It's pretty much just maybe one or two tunings that I just change with one additional capo. So it's real simple, and I learned them in some workshops. One with Janice Ian. She taught a couple of alternate tunings that we use, and also Vance Gilbert. I took some, you were mentioning him. I haven't seen him perform in a long time, but I've opened for him at least 2 times and taken workshops with him. So it was a lot of fun. But it's great to be here today, and I'm going to start off with a song that I wrote for my niece when she was like 10 years old, and now she's like 15. So anyway, we had a conversation one day when she was 10 years old, and we used to have these, she's in California, and I'm out here in Virginia. And we had this conversation. I think it went on for like 2 hours. And she was just kind of telling me, kind of explaining some of her insecurities, about kind of walking through the world as a young girl. And I just, when she talked to me, she expressed some insecurities. And I told her that I wanted to reassure her about some of her doubts about herself. And I did that in this song. This song is a love letter to Malia, my niece, who is almost, she's going to be going to college soon. So there's a long way between like 10 years old and like 15 or 16. It's just, it's a big jump. And so anyway, I wrote this for her when she was 10. And I'm not even sure that she remembers that I wrote this for her. But anyway, this song is on my latest album called Rhythm of Love. And here it goes. This song is called Beyond the End of Time. Check one. The moon never misses an appointment, although sometimes she's cloaked in black or gray. Stars shine in different colors, they're all beautiful just the same. We all come from magic, cosmic dust. We're all perfect in our own way. Never speak ill of your blessings. Never speak ill of yourself. Planets dance to different rhythms, and then they go their separate ways. They all move around the sun in their own time and pace. We all come from magic, cosmic dust. We're all perfect in our own way. yourself. You are kind, loving, smart, and you are beautiful. I love you beyond the moon and beyond the stars, through the universe until the end of time, and even longer still. I love you beyond the end of time, beyond the end of time. Thank you. That one's for Malia. Please give me a few minutes. I'm going to switch instruments here. I want to give a shout out to Cassandra for inviting me to play again this year. And I just like to give also a shout out to the Philadelphia community. You guys have a great arts community. You know what? I'm not going to put this strap on. There are too many chords and too many things to try to think about. So anyway. I was listening to Oprah actually, and she was saying that I've got a little bit of noise coming through, unfortunately, but anyway, hopefully you can still hear me pretty well. Anyway, I was listening to Oprah, and she had said something about how, she said that, God does work through people. And I always looked at the world like that. I think all good things, bad things too, but good things, work through us. We're the channel for good and for also for creativity, like I was saying. And so I started thinking about how, especially during times of tragedy, how I watch people, come together. This doesn't happen all the time, but I see some amazing things, how we can change the world and make this world a better place through our good deeds. And this song is about that. And it's called With These Two Hands.
will build the bridges the flood waters tore down, shore up the levees on the poor side of town. We will heal the sick with access for all, and not just treat their symptoms when we hear their call. With these two hands we can save the world. These two hands we can save the world. Ooh. We can take care of Mother Earth. We can handle her with care. Stop polluting her waters, polluting her air. We can heal this world with thoughtfulness and love. Let the power of light shine through our bodies and souls. With these two hands we can save the world. These two hands we can save the world. Ooh. Sometimes I feel helpless as the wars rage on, so I pray for peace to God above. We can be our brothers and sisters keepers, shine the world with love. Let the power of light shine through our bodies and souls. With these two hands we can save the world. These two hands we can save the world. With these two hands can save the world. Save the world, yeah. Ooh, save the world. Save the world, yeah. Ooh, save the world.
So, a number of years ago, I think it was 2015, I had the chance to go to a college. It's called Berea College in Kentucky. And so the Bond side of my family, they were enslaved in Kentucky. And my great-grandfather was born a slave, and then also he went to college. I mean, he was emancipated when he was quite young, and he went to college in his teens at a school called Berea College. And Berea College is still around, and it's a very cool place because it's a college where students do not have to pay. And it was one of the first integrated colleges. And my great-grandfather was on the board later on in life. And it's a very special place, and I hope to get a chance to go there again. I got a chance to perform at it was called the Clear Creek Healing Arts Festival in the mountains, and then I got a chance to actually play for the at the college for some of the students and staff. So this song is about my great-grandfather, and his name was actually James Bond, and his son, my great uncle, was the father of civil rights activist Julian Bond, who's also my cousin, my second cousin. So at the end of this song is a speech that that Julian gave. Our family accepted an award a number of years ago, and Julian spoke at that presentation. So our family is real tight with this, or has been affiliated with Berea College for many years. So I felt really honored to be able to go there and play, and I hope I get a chance to go back again. And if you are in the area of Berea College, you have to go visit, because there is a very famous scholar that has her own building, and it's called the Bell Hooks Institute. So for you scholars out there, I have only read about half of Bell Hooks' books, but if you get a chance to go there and see her, because she has this incredible place. It's this beautiful house. She has women's art, and she has some very cool functions go on there, and I would like to go back and hang out with her. I got a chance to talk to her, and it was really cool. So Berea College, cool place. And this is a song about that story. Oh yeah, my great-grandfather, he paid for his tuition with a cow. So anyway, yeah, that's what people did back in those days. But this is a song about his journey to Berea College. All right.
Walking west across Kentucky, sun up on my back. Kentucky mountains were my home. Now I'm walking to the wide unknown. My daddy was a white man, mother was not his wife. For a slave she had no say about what was wrong or right. Ooh. We grew up out of the chains that held us when we were born. My mother had the good book, she knew that there was more. Ooh. She sent me on a journey to a school where I could learn. I steered to pay for my tuition. I was 16 years old on the road to Berea. 75 miles in 3 days on the road to Berea. Night, the moon will light the way on the road to Berea. 75 miles in 3 days on the road to Berea. Paving the road for a new day. I studied education, studied theology. Met a fine woman named Jane Ellis who would marry me. Ooh. My brother Henry soon joined me, became a teacher at the law. Met a woman named Emily, to whom 9 children were born. 75 miles in 3 days on the road to Berea. Night, the moon will light the way. Road to Berea. 75 miles in 3 days on the road to Berea. Paving the road for a new day. Inspired by achievements of the past, inspired by a faith that knows no faltering. Forward in the struggle, behold the dawn of a new day. You may not see it, but it will come on the road to Berea. On the road to Berea, paving the road for a new day. Night, the moon to light the way. On the road to Berea. On the road to Berea. Paving the road for a new day. On the road to Berea. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for listening. It is so great to be here today. I have kind of taken a hiatus from writing, and I've got a bunch of songs that are in the works, and they are not ready to present to the world yet, but soon. Yeah, I've taken a little hiatus. It's been kind of nerve-wracking. I work for Norfolk Public Schools here in Virginia, and we were online for a long time, and as stressful as that was, it's far more stressful, I think, being in the classroom. And so, yeah, when I get home, I'm usually just so incredibly exhausted. And so I'm so glad the last several weekends I've had virtual festivals to do. And that has really kept my spirits up and gotten me more into getting back into my writing and definitely practicing more. So it's been great being out, out and about on the airways. So I put together this, it was a community effort. Put together this album. It's called The Rhythm of Love, and it took quite a while to get it finished. I did crowdfunding and all of that, and I thank all of my patrons and people that helped me. But anyway, we finally got it out, and the music that I'm playing today, I would say that most of it is has been recorded. I don't think I'm doing it well. There maybe one song that hasn't actually made it to an album yet. But I recently got some distribution from a company called Goldenrod. You guys probably know about Goldenrod. And so anyway, you can buy physical copies of most of my CDs. Some are not available in that way, but you can definitely download them, and you can get them through Goldenrod. And so, yeah, check out Goldenrod Narissa Bond. And you can also check out my website if you'd like to know more about me and what I'm doing and all of that stuff, because some really cool things are coming up. I'm planning a move back to the back home to where I was born, Texas. So that's where my mom is, my brother is, and so I'm planning to make that move by the end of the year. And so
So this is the title cut of my album. It's called The Rhythm of Love, and this is the title cut to that. And yeah, I actually wrote this song. I was visiting my mom. She was living in Tucson, Arizona, a few years back, and I was watching the news, and I saw, the what they call alt-right, I would call alt-wrong people, white supremacists, attacking protesters in Charlottesville. And I was in Tucson, and I remember watching all of that. And they showed on the news the gentleman, the guy who ran over. He killed one of the protesters, and her name was Heather Heyer. And I said to my mother, I said, "That's my home. That's Virginia. That's my home." And this is going on there. And I was really very angry that someone would so casually take the life of that young woman, and all those people that were brutalized on that day. Little did I know that we would have more of that in the years to come. So this song is appropriate, and I, even though I get really angry and everything, I have to have some hope. And so I have to, I looked inside and I thought, I'm not going to allow anyone, that hatred, to permeate my being. And I will continue to be a kind person and a loving person. And so this song is called The Rhythm of Love. And, it's all about turning all of that negativity around. And I think that's how we save this world, save this planet, and the people on it. So, Rhythm of Love.
Not gonna let you steal my joy. Not gonna let you take it away. Not gonna let you steal my joy. Not gonna let you take it away. Ooh, I'm dancing to the rhythm of love. Ooh, I'm dancing to the rhythm of love. Not gonna let you steal my light. Not gonna let it fade away. Not gonna let you steal my light. Not gonna let it fade away. Ooh, I am dancing to the rhythm of love. Ooh, I am dancing to the rhythm of love. Ooh. gonna let you steal my soul. Not gonna let you take it away. Not gonna let you steal my soul. Evil can't hide in the light of day. Ooh, I am dancing to the rhythm of love. Ooh, I am dancing to the rhythm of love. Dancing, dancing to the rhythm of love. Dancing, dancing to the rhythm of love.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's a lot of stuff, headphones and cords and all of that. But anyway, just making sure everything is working smoothly. Um, I'm always inspired when I'm around family. And I was on a walk one day in the desert of Arizona, and I was thinking about all of the beautiful landscapes that I've had the opportunity to be in. And so I wrote this song. It's called Sacred Spaces. And I'm not sure if it's on my website or not, but you can YouTube this particular video. Look up Narissa Bond and Sacred Spaces. And I did a video for Earth Day. I think it was last year. I used to work in the arts, but I don't consider myself a very good artist these days. And so to kind of fill that need of wanting to create, I just capture things that are already beautiful by taking pictures of them. So in that video, I would say probably about 75% of the photographs that are in there, maybe 80%, are pictures that I took. Now, there were some that I couldn't find, so I had to use some stock pictures for the Midwest section because I didn't have a lot of pictures of it. But check out the video and the music from this CD. But I'm going to play that song for you right now. It's called Sacred Spaces.
Sunrise
I'm sorry, there are buttons I have to push. This will sound a little better that way. Here we go.
Sunrise over ocean wide, farther than my eyes can see. Song of the ocean's tide, diamond light on the waves. Fragile are these gifts from Mother Earth. I will be a guardian of peace. Pilgrim's eyes, changing tides, lost in my beginnings. Sunrises over sacred spaces, shorelines, the ocean's wide. Ships sail to the horizon. Sunrises over sacred spaces. Great plains under spacious skies, tall grass where nations once roamed. Lightning strikes, then the thunder sounds, miles away under rolling hills. Fragile are these gifts from Mother Earth. I will be a guardian of peace. Flood hills, wheat fields, blown by a whisper. Sunrises over sacred spaces. Big skies, the eagle flies over this horizon. Sunsets over sacred spaces. Sunrise in the desert sky, mountains peak in the distance. Coyote's song rings in the room. Cactus flowers bloom in the winter. Fragile are these gifts from Mother Earth. I will be a guardian of peace. Big skies, the mountains high, reaching towards the heavens. Sunrises over sacred spaces. Big skies, forever roads, mountains reach a million stars. Sunsets over sacred spaces.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much for listening. Yeah, that song is kind of special to me. A lot of times when I travel to see my family, we come together. When we were in Tucson, there were a bunch of us, some cousins, and my mom and my brother and my sister and my niece, and we all went to the Grand Canyon. I had never been to the Grand Canyon. And some people are sort of like, the Grand Canyon. But to me, it was pretty fantastic. And it was really fun going with my family because they're a lot of fun. And I really miss them. And I hope we're able to take some more trips. You know, after this pandemic, I'm really hoping that we'll get a chance to take more trips together and have some more fun and be silly and all of that. But it was pretty cool, and this song actually came after that. But anyway, there's some beautiful places in this country and in the world, and I'm really hoping that things get better so that we can travel again. And even after I move back to Texas, I will travel back here to the East Coast. So all you have to do is ask me, and I will come. So anyway, my family inspires me, and my mother most of all. So here's a song I wrote when I moved out here in 2000. I was really going through a hard time because it's, when you move and I left my job. I left my job as a graphic designer, commercial artist. I left that, and I was coming somewhere to just do something different. I was tired of doing that, and I didn't actually work for, I don't know, it was a couple of years or a year I didn't work. And but when I came out here, I was really going through some tough stuff, and I remember calling my mom, crying on her shoulder and everything. And she just said, look, you're out there and I'm all the way over here. She said, you're going to have to take care of yourself. Some tough love, and I needed to hear it. And this song actually covers quite a few years, but it was inspired by the first verse. And this song is just called Love Yourself. And it's on the latest album, Rhythm of Love. So...
I slept for 3 days straight to ease my broken heart. Daddy died less than a month ago, didn't get a chance to say goodbye. Mama said dry those tears, get up out of that bed, make yourself some greens and cornbread, then you're gonna feel much better. If you don't take care of yourself, nobody else will. Love yourself. Love yourself. Don't depend on nobody else. You gotta love yourself. Well, I was crying on the doorstep, on the shoulder of 2 good friends. My lover had said one unkind word too much, kicked me out again. Over a cup of coffee and some good advice, packed my bags to freedom, started a new life. If you don't take care of yourself, nobody else will. Love yourself. Love yourself. Don't depend on nobody else. You gotta love yourself. Thought I found myself a blind job, one to help me pay my bills. Boss said he promised me more money after I proved myself. She was into her power, she was very unkind. Mama said you don't need money that badly, quickly said goodbye. If you don't take care of yourself, nobody else will. Love yourself. Love yourself. Depend on nobody else. You gotta love yourself. Now my eyes are wide open, I can see clearly now. Gonna hold myself yourself. Depend on nobody else. You gotta love yourself. Love yourself. Love yourself. Don't depend on nobody else. Love yourself. Love yourself.
Thank you so much. I got time for, I guess, a few more, and trying to figure out. I always make a set list with far more songs that I can perform in an hour's time. So, anyway, gonna do a song that I wrote for my mom. And this song is called Wishbone. So this is a song about my grandfather. I gotta change here quickly. I tune because I care. Anyway, my grandfather was he was a farmer, and he was also a carpenter. So I wrote this song from the stories that my mom told me about my grandfather. He was a beekeeper. He could hunt and bring home food for the family. And he also was a dowser. And for those of you who don't know what that is, he could find water, and he could tell you where to dig for your well, because that's how people had water back in the day. So he could tell you where to dig for your well, and he could tell you how deep to dig. So his name was James Marshall. Now, he had a lot of kids, and my mom was the last of, I believe, 16 kids, and he had her when he was in his 70s. So I could probably write 2 or 3 songs about James Marshall, but this is the song that I wrote, and it's called Wishbone, and it's also on the latest album. So yeah. And on that album, I've got pictures of my family. It starts off, there's a picture of my grandfather, my grandmother, my mother, and then my great-grandfather, James Bond. So there are songs about all of them. So anyway, Wishbone.
Granddaddy found water with a divining rod. It's like a wishbone turned upside down. Granddaddy went hunting in the afternoon, brought a squirrel home to Grandma to make squirrel stew. You can put your dreams up on the shelf, hold them close, Jordan, tell nobody else. Or break the wishbones you've been saving, let your dreams fly free, wishing bone. Grandma was 33, Grandpa was 73 years old. My mama was the last child they brought into this world. He said cry when they're born and laugh when they go. For colored folks was a hard, hard road. You can put your dreams upon the shelf, hold them close, Jordan, tell nobody else. Break the wishbones you've been saving, let your dreams fly free, wishing bone. Granddaddy looked like a white man, but he never tried to pass, some folks didn't understand. The bus driver said, sir, you can ride up front. Granddaddy said him colored was a Jim Crow South. You can put your dreams upon the shelf, hold them close, Jordan, tell nobody else. Or break the wishbones you've been saving, let your dreams fly free, wishing bone. My mama wished for me at 19 years, the brown color of my skin and black satin hair. Granddaddy died a few years before I was born. I guess I'll meet him in heaven, my time comes. You can put your dreams upon the shelf, hold them close, Jordan, tell nobody else. The wishbones you've been saving, let your dreams fly free, wishing bone. Mama drove down that dusty Lone Star Road, sister, brother, and I in tow, to a beautiful house he built with barely held together with memories, and the well where they drew water found through the divine wishing bone. Ooh, ooh, yeah, yeah. Ooh, ooh. Let's see. I think I've got time for maybe one more. So I take if you guys sometimes I put them on Instagram, but mostly it's on Facebook. But I take a lot of pictures of flowers, and yeah. And this is a new one, and it's not, well, new as of like last year, but anyway, this song is
it's kind of a metaphor for life. And it's, like I said, I take a lot of pictures of flowers. I mean like hundreds, maybe possibly thousands. But, you know, in the midst of all of this craziness, you know, with the pandemic and, you know, social, for me, there's been a lot of isolation. And so I take walks and I find some of the most beautiful things and I capture these just so that, you know, it just brings a lot of joy in my life. The colors, the shapes, and I see some very unusual things sometimes. In some of the worst parts of town, you can find beauty. And so this song is just called Flowers. And it's been a lot of fun playing for you guys today. And I'm hoping I will have a video for this one soon, because I certainly have enough pictures of flowers to make one. So here goes. I want to give a shout out to Cassandra for inviting me. Thank you all for listening. Thank you for your interest. My name is Narissa Bond. I have a website, narissabond.com. And I'd like to give a thank you to the Rotunda. And just thank you so much for having me. It's been a lot of fun. And
Some push through the cracks in the sidewalk, tattered and torn, but colorful masterpieces. Survivors still, they grow, still reaching for higher ground. Flowers, million-colored petals, reaching towards the sunlight, canvas of a big blue sky. Flowers, million-colored petals, reaching towards the sunlight, canvas of a big blue sky. Some bear fruit after fragrant blossoms fill the air. They spring to life from an ancient tree. Soft gray, white shadows in the evening light, nestled in a forest of green. Flowers, million-colored petals, reaching towards the sunlight, canvas of a big blue sky. Flowers, million-colored petals, reaching towards the sunlight, canvas of a big blue sky. Sunflowers for the bees and golden finches try to grow taller than the trees. Speckled orange, yellow, fancy pink lantana for the butterflies flying free. Moonflowers only bloom in the cool night time, only seen by few. Too delicate for the morning sun, million colored petals reaching towards the sunlight. Canvas of a big blue sky. Big blue sky. Flowers, million colored petals reaching towards the sunlight. Canvas of a big blue sky. Flowers, million colored petals reaching towards the sunlight. Canvas of a big blue sky. Big blue sky. Reaching towards heaven. Reaching towards heavens in a big blue sky. Big blue sky.
Thank you so much. It's been great playing for you today. And I'm a minute over. So, Cassandra, are you coming up next? I'm going to hang around.
Okay,
And I'm
did
gonna
you see
listen
the
to you
chat
guys.
saying that you could go longer? I take it that you're not available to go longer, and that's why you're saying bye-bye?
No, I can go. I've got
Did you see the
I've got
chat? I
songs.
just thought I would muster up the gumption and ask and not be all.
Sure. There's
I
actually one that I wanted to end with. And
Well, can you see the chat? Do you want to go till 4:30, or is that too late?
4:30. Um, I'm not sure I can go till 4:30, and that is because I am really hoarse. I'm having like a lot of allergy problems. I have like fall
Right.
allergies and I have spring allergies, and I am like really, really husky. I could probably do a couple more songs,
Absolutely,
but
sounds good.
I'm afraid of what might happen if I go much longer because, um,
Yeah, protect the instrument.
huh?
Protect the instrument.
Protect the instrument. I really do need to. I use my voice a lot at work, and it's not in a good way, because I work with little kids, and so it's not in a good way. So I've been doctoring on the voice, so I was like, gosh, can I get a sound out of here? And I'm getting some sounds, but it would be better if I weren't hoarse. So yeah,
Yeah,
I can do a few more songs. Sure
you
can.
sound great. Okay, well, I'll
Thank
come
you.
back when you're ready to say goodbye to us.
All right, all right.
Okay, bye.
So I'm in a regular tuning, so I did all my weird tunings a little earlier. So I'm missing my bass player Dave. He um, he plays on all the songs on the album, and he's really quite a beautiful bass player. And especially on this song. Well, this is in the same key as the last song, but this is a song really about self-empowerment, and it's a song about not, let's see, a lot of times I will think that a particular person or situation is a panacea, and it's kind of like the kid in me, but I've learned as an adult that that's just not true. There are all sides to every situation and to people, and no situation is perfect, and so don't put all of your eggs in one basket, so you have to just kind of, I'm learning to trust in myself a lot more, and not trusting in a situation, a place, a person, or thing. So anyway, you might understand when you hear this song, and it's called False Gods.
Come out of the darkness when I'm no longer in need. I've been mistaken when I've felt incomplete. Be my inspiration, you won't be my God. You touch a place within me where I've already gone. No more false steps, false gods, open the spirit, open to love. Like a flower bird of paradise, unfolding and turning to the light. No more false steps of false gods, open in the spirit, open to love. Do you offer life's blessings? Do you take them away? Do you create confusion? Do you mean what you say? Drag me into the storm, into the calm. Do you treat my heart this way? Would very own. No more false steps, false gods, open in spirit, open to love. Like a flower bird of paradise, unfolding and turning to the light. No more false steps of false gods, open in the spirit, open to love. I'm feeling my energy, the power within. Walking towards the light and away from the pain. Riding the waves, the ebb and the flow. After the storm, I'll feel the calm of my soul. No more false steps, false gods, Holy Spirit, open to love. Like a flower bird of paradise, unfolding and turning to the light. No more false steps of false gods, open in the spirit, open to love. No more false steps of false gods, open in spirit, open to love. Like a flower bed of paradise, unfolding and turning to the light. False steps, false gods, open in the spirit, open to love.
All right. Thank you. Might have one more in me. Anyway, again, it is great being here on this beautiful Sunday, and I can't wait to partake and sit back and listen to other folks. And it's been great being here with like-minded ladies and so I have a song I wrote many years ago, and I had stopped performing it for a while. Not that it wasn't relevant, but I probably wrote this song like maybe 25 years ago. And this song is probably more relevant now than when I wrote the song. So, sorry, I didn't. But yeah, this song is probably more relevant now than when I first wrote it. And it's really a song about, human and civil rights. This song is called I Live Here Too, and there is a video out there, I Live Here Too. Check it out, Narissa Bond, I Live Here Too. A good friend, Gwen Frederick from Wicked Jezebel, and she does a lot of her own music. She's a multi-instrumentalist and a very good friend, and I miss playing music with her. But she put together a video for this song. And when I saw it, I wept because she did a good job with it. So anyway, I Live Here Too. And I just want to thank you, Cassandra. Thank you, the Rotunda. And thank you for all of you that are tuning in today. I know it takes a lot of work to put together either a virtual festival or an in-person festival. So I know it takes a lot of work. So thank you for your hard work for bringing us all together. I've really enjoyed it. So thank you very, very much. And I'm going to close with a song called I Live Here Too.
I am black, the color of the night, in a beautiful evening sky, where the stars sparkle like diamonds, high above high. In chains of despair I came here from a home in Africa. I toiled the fields till I was free, still I rose above. I live here too. I live here too. I live here too. I live here too. I am red, the color of sunrise and the color of earth's clay. I was a native to this land long before the white man came. They took away my land and they forced me to move on. I never did surrender, body and spirit still live on. I live here too. I live here too. I live here too. I live here too. I am gay, the color of rainbows against the gray of the rain. My colors shine beautiful, proud against my pain. As I watch the signs of hatred and I live in danger's way, I will not give up my quest for justice, dream of a better day. I live here too. I live here too. I live here too. I live here too. I am woman, the mother of the earth and the blue in the sky. I am mountains standing tall. I am rivers running wide. There are those that seek to break me, There are those who would do me harm. My power is too great, and I've weathered many storms. I live here too. I live here too. I live here too. I live here too. I am every woman and man, those who dare to choose. And anyone is not free, everyone will lose. I have worked so hard, come this far, got a long way to go. In this place we call America, I call home. And I live here too. I live here too. I live here too. I live here too. I live in the land of the free and all of the brave. I live in the land of the free and all of the brave. I live here too. I live here too. I live here too. I live here too.
Thank you so much, Narissa. That was
Thank
great.
you for having me. It's been a
Oh.
lot of fun.
It was really fantastic. So, yeah, really, really wonderful. And so here's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to, just so everybody knows, 'cause I personally like to know agendas. Like, so what's going to happen next? And then after that, what's going to happen? So I project that. So I'm going to talk about, because I took notes during your performance. Because I'm a big old geek, and I thought of stuff occurred to me, and so by the way, Narissa has a bunch of links in her bio at her website, a lot of links from where you can get her music and stuff. But www.narissa, Narissa bond.com, Narissa Bond can take you to all that good stuff. So I'm gonna say stuff about Narissa, and then I'm going to, we're going to have a 10-minute intermission. And then at 4:40, I'll be on to introduce Ebony Zamani, who will be here. She's a filmmaker. She's going to do show a short film, I believe, and then do like a Q&A. So she'll be here from 4:45 to 5:15. So yeah, so do you want to stay on while I say this stuff? I was expecting you to just black out and then I would just talk and then you could see. But are you're okay with being here while I talk? Okay.
No, I can go. You said you were taking some notes or something, so
I have notes, so I was going to share my notes.
Okay, that's cool.
Well,
I can go. I can go away. I didn't know if you had any questions.
Oh, no
If not,
question.
that's cool. I will go to black and
Okay. It was
listen.
great seeing you, and I know you'll still be in the room listening, just like
I
we're all
sure
in the room.
will.
Awesome.
I certainly will.
Great set, really good,
Thank you very much.
lovely, really, and I love that I got to recognize a lot of your songs too. I'm like, oh, I remember that one. Oh, I remember.
That's right.
Yeah. So
Cool.
cool. Okay, so I'll catch you later then. On the flip side, okay. So the first thingy was I was mistaking Vance Gilbert for Vince Gilbert. Vince Gill. So Vance Gilbert is not Vince Gill. They're two different people. And I also went to his Wikipedia page and I discovered that he grew up where I grew up. I grew up in Willingboro, and New Jersey, and he grew up in Willingboro Township, New Jersey. So I had no idea. So another melanin enriched person of African heritage with dreadlocks. singing and playing the guitar coming from Willingboro, New Jersey. I came from a few other places too, but a big chunk of my big chunk was spent growing up in Willingboro. So I can check that off. And for folks who don't know, Vince Gill is a country singer married to Christian singer Amy Grant. So they're totally different people. Goldenrod, that takes me back. In the early 90s, I worked at a bookstore, and we used to get our music from Lady Slipper and Goldenrod. And so I love hearing that Goldenrod is like totally still going strong. And that'll come up a little bit later too. So that's cool. And I mentioned Goldenrod because Narissa said that Goldenrod music they carry her CD. So you can get her music through Goldenrod. Tunings at workshops. That was eye-opening. Why did I not know that? Why do I not know that you can go to these music? I don't know these things. So that's really helpful to know that there are workshops you can go to learn alternate tunings for guitar. I only thought there was guitar class like with one individual that you could take, because I did that like twice in my life. But I never knew that whole workshop thing. And then you got your gentle talk meditation. Great. That is the question now that you're not here. Yeah, because you're so gentle the way you talk. It's always so soft, except when you're screaming at kids. Just kidding. And so I was just wondering if you meditate or like how come you're so gentle with your speakings? And then I wrote Victoria Giordano Memorial Fund, which I saw, Memorial Honoree, which I saw on your website. And that, and I was reading your website, and I loved how you talk about, how you're moving from Virginia to Texas to be closer to family, and how being closer to family is really important, especially these days. And you also mentioned, and I am also a Victoria Giordano Memorial Fund honoree. And you talked, in a really gracious way about what a privilege, the whole thing. And then I remember thinking, I think I might be one of those people. Because you mentioned Sister Space, and I know I did a Sister Space gig, and they talked about Victoria Giordano Memorial Fund a lot. So I went through my email, and I found several things about Victoria Giordano, and like eventually at some point I did get to where I am one too. And I'm like, wow. So I guess I could have that on my website. So you're a model of what I could be like if I got my stuff together as a musician. And you mentioned virtual festivals and stuff. So I'm just really hoping that other people, other up and comers and or late bloomers, such as myself, can be inspired, because I learned stuff about your craft by hearing you talk today. And so I'm hopeful that other people will too. If not only, it would be enough to just be enchanted by your voice and your singing and your songwriting and the storytelling, and for us to learn about your family and to remember stuff that's happened in recent history. That was also, I guess that's a folk singer thing too, right? Like that, to talk about the truth of what's happening and what we can do about it and how to survive through it. And finally, I wrote Horse. So I went to this Horse Voice. I learned this trick. I don't know if you also go to classes and workshops and or have a coach for your voice too. Perhaps you do, and this will be redundant. If so, I apologize. And I don't mean to condescend at all, but I just thought I would share something that I learned years ago and very cool about. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. So the Academy for Dramatic Arts is a well-known acting school really a good acting school, and they have two branches, one in LA and one in New York. So years ago, I went to an open house at the New York branch, and it was kind of an all-day thing, like 11 o'clock to 11 a.m. to like sometime in the evening, and you just kind of went through a bunch of different classes. They do it to sort of recruit people. If you're interested, then you'll sign up maybe for the whole year. Narissa Bond, my sister, went to the Academy of Dramatic Arts. That's incredible. That's amazing. That's awesome. Yeah, one thing that I learned is that it's a repertory school. I didn't know that. They're like, we're a repertory school for 3 years. Awesome. And they do not allow you to work while you're there. I didn't know that that was the meaning of repertory. But for them, it means that if you're enrolled with us, you're not going to be distracting yourself with work. We want you to fully immerse yourself in our program, which I think is awesome. It's probably one of the reasons they're so highly acclaimed. So one of the things that I learned was about how to breathe with your diaphragm. So this lady teacher, they split everybody up into groups. And I learned once we were in actually the first class that they split us up according to age. Because looking around me, there wasn't anybody significantly younger than me and nobody significantly older. We were all in our 30s and 40s at the time. So I guess maybe 40s, no 30s, late 30s, early 40s, I don't remember. But anyway, so I went to this, one of the classes we went into was for vocal stuff. So this woman was teaching us, and I remember she had like tight jeans on and like knee-high boots, not all the way up to the knee, but boots, and like a sweater, and she had like long brown hair and average shape, I suppose. I'm singing through swollen vocal cords. Yeah, that sounds harsh. So one of the things she told us is, do you ever notice how babies can scream all day and not get hoarse? And she said it's because they get they're screaming with their diaphragms. And it's neat, if you look at a baby being loud, you can see their belly, it's kind of like out. So that's why they can scream. Of course, I also was thinking, who's letting their baby scream all day? But yeah, a baby screams for a long time without sounding hoarse. And so she taught us this trick. You lay down, in teaching us how to control our diaphragm, she had us lie down on the floor and put a heavy book, a big dictionary, whatever a big heavy book was, on, and it was hardcover, on our stomach. So while we're on our back on our stomach, so gravity is pressing this weight onto our chest, onto our belly, not our chest, our belly. And so she just had us learn how to breathe in such a way, and talk and, tone, whatever that is, so that you're engaging your diaphragm. And what it feels like is feels like you're pushing your stomach out, if I remember correctly. That's what it was like for me. So this helped me a lot in singing. Like at the time I was busking, I was singing, playing guitar and selling CDs out of my case in the subway and doing pretty well, quite well up to at some point. And so this really helped me to protect my voice, because I would be there all day until it got so good for people that they started moderating it, and we had to get a permit and only sing for 4 hours at a time. Sometimes I'd be there 8 hours. And it's really good when you know how to protect your voice if you're going to be singing for such a long period of time. So the tendency when I was belting or hitting a note that I need to make it loud or long, but not with the book. This is nice. This feels like a conversation, and then you don't have to like make sure your hair looks nice or anything, even though it did look nice. And so yeah, usually my tendency when I'm playing and I'm getting ready to belt, I stuck my gut in. So I'm like, oh, this is going to be a note. I need to push this note out, or it's going to need to be long. I need to hold a note for a long time, or whatever the challenge is. I usually just instinctively just suck my gut in, you know, thinking like, I don't know what I'm thinking. But after that, I learned how to sing and breathe while having my stomach pushed out, like push my stomach out, not in, but out. And it makes a huge difference, huge difference. From then on, when I learned that, you know, while if I sang while engaging my diaphragm, I didn't go hoarse for even after hours, I didn't go hoarse. And I also noticed that even if I'm just talking to somebody, sometimes just talking will make my throat go hoarse if I'm not engaging my diaphragm or if I'm not breathing right. We just are so ill trained in breathing in this culture. We completely take for granted how important it is and how for example, I'm always taking deep breaths around my platonic nesting partner. And I think he thinks that it means that I'm stressed out, which I am. But I think he doesn't like it because it makes it sound, he thinks that I'm bothered or something. But I tell him, listen, breath is important. It's the first thing we do when we are alive. It's the last thing we do before we go away, we die. Um, it lowers blood pressure. Marissa says, it's been a long time since I've had a vocal coach. I probably need one. But the hoarseness, then I lost it. um, well, you know, you've been doing music for a long time without a vocal coach. So you're doing something right. And I'm sure a vocal coach would help if you could have a vocal coach. I'm sure it would help extend what you got going on there. So yeah, breathing is great. It lowers blood pressure. I have hypertension, so every a little bit helps. So I just do a lot of deep breathing. It's great for mindfulness practice. It's really great for helping you get in touch with your feelings and what's going on around you. And I can't think of anything else. It's just great. It releases toxins. It's just amazing. So yeah. So the breathing, the hoarseness thing. Yeah. The end of my story. So thank you again, Narissa Bond. That was really, 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 really wonderful. Everything, the whole package, the guitar. Oh, here's another question I can ask you. Were those steel or nylon strings? Because it sounds so soft that I thought maybe there's nylon strings. Why does it sound so soft like that? Steel. Wow. By the way, do you meditate and or are you vegetarian? Since you're at the chatting board. We've got the technologies. Do you meditate and or are you vegetarian? I do meditate and I'm almost a vegetarian. This is not me promoting vegetarianism. This is me being proud of myself for having nailed it. I'm like, why does she sound so, she's just, her voice is just her speaking voice, her demeanor is so gentle, so soft. Pescatarian mostly, yeah, so healthy, those omega-3 oils, oh my gosh. So essential for so many things, including the mental health, which is super duper in need of attention these days on account of the pandemics. So yeah, I'm gonna go into a 10-minute intermission now. The time. So thank you again, those who featured today, Narissa and Kai and Tamara. So I'm glad you guys are all still here. I see that you're still present, so that makes me really happy. So yeah, there's going to be a 10-minute intermission. So you might be going about doing things, but for the computer screen, thank you. I don't know where that comes from. When somebody leaves a little emoticon, I don't know the source of that. But thank you. And likewise, mutuality. I'm gonna play a track. That's me. Oh, me, Kai. Thank you, Kai. I am gonna play a track from my album, Affirmations for Survivors. You're welcome, Tamara. Affirmations for Survivors, Self-Love. And this track is track 4, and it's called Increasing Self-Love is what it's called. And Yeah, we haven't touched upon trauma and artistry much. Tamara talked a little bit about it, the important, the role. I don't want to misspeak, but Tamara talked about it insofar as her work in dance and choreography goes. I don't think anybody else yesterday really touched upon it. But yeah, I have 2 albums that are about it. They're spoken word guided meditation albums. I'll warn you now, I'm going to be playing them from this tablet thing, and I don't know how it's going to sound, but we need to break up the schedule in various ways, and one of the ways to do that is to take intermissions. So here's the intermission, and so we'll see you back here in 10 minutes. And thank you. I'm gonna go out now, and you're gonna see another image soon and hear something else. All right, see, when it's 10 minutes, 4:45. 10 minutes is in 4:45. Okay, bye. I guess I should stop my video. Okay, I don't know. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna stop my video. I love myself. I am lovable. I am wonderful just the way I am. I love myself. I have wonderful friends. I am lovable just the way I am. I love myself. I accept myself. I am acceptable just the way I am. I love everything about me. I accept and appreciate everything about me. I enjoy the person I am. I take wonderful care of myself. I treat myself like the precious being of light and love that I am. I recognize myself as a precious being of light and love. I am a precious being of light and love. I adore myself. I see the light in my soul. I honor myself and my spirit in all that I do. I honor myself and my spirit in all that I do. I am easy to love because I give love to myself easily. I am easy to love because I love myself freely. I have a healthy self-image. Others see how well I treat myself. I am a good example of healthy self-image. I am a wonderful person. deeply for my well-being. I allow no one ever to harm me in any way. I am very protective of my inner child. I honor the existence of my inner child. I honor myself in every way. I am healthy in every way. I take wonderful care of myself. I am very generous with love for myself and others. I am very happy to be me. I love myself. I enjoy my own company. I sometimes choose or prefer solitude. I am a well-liked person. I am loved. I am valued. I am honored. I like myself. I love myself. I value myself. I honor myself. I take the time to get to know myself. I enjoy learning more about myself. I like taking care of myself. I take great care of myself. I appreciate every opportunity to care for myself, for I am a valuable person. I love myself deeply, and I know that I am enough. I love myself deeply. I am enough. I love myself deeply. I am enough. I love myself. I am lovable. I am wonderful just the way I am. I love myself. I have wonderful friends. I am lovable just the way I am. I love myself. I accept myself. I am acceptable just the way I am. I love everything about me. I accept and appreciate everything about me. I enjoy the person I am. wonderful care of myself. I treat myself like the precious being of light and love that I am. I recognize myself as a precious being of light and love. I am a precious being of light and love. I adore myself. I see the light in my soul. I honor myself and my spirit in all that I do. I honor myself and my spirit in all that I do. Hey there. That was relaxing. I'm relaxed. I'm relaxed now. And I was looking at the thingy that I have on YouTube of it, because I have a YouTube channel. And even though it appears through the like topic also and stuff, and it's had 2,500 views. I should be happy, but I thought I had more than that. For some reason, I thought I had somewhere between 100,000 and 200,000 views. I don't know where I got that idea, but I thought I had, but that's still not too shabby. And it kind of made me want to bring up a point, which is that, should I say goodbye to you, Angus? Angus is about to leave us in 10 minutes and Gina shall return. Thank you so much, Angus, for your help. Angus McDonald is one of the Rotunda staff. He says, of course. He's such a sweetie. And so Gina's going to come back from 5 to 7, which is our the rest of the show from 5 to 7. So my name is Cassandra Zazier. I'm founder and director of the Black Women's Arts Festival. This is what I like to call BWAF Philly 2021, Philadelphia's 15th annual Black Women's Arts Festival. The Rotunda is our primary venue and has been since our inception in 2003. We've been on hiatus a couple of times, hence the discrepancy. 2021 started in 2003. And so what I wanted to share about that is like as an artist, you never know when or how your work is going to reach and touch people. It may be in this lifetime, it may not be, right? We've seen countless examples of artists who are discovered long after they're gone. I remember when I first read in a magazine about a Van Gogh painting having been sold for $6 million or something like that. And of course, he didn't have a lot of money when he was around, and he had schizophrenia. What we now think might have been, looking at all his symptoms, he exhibited the classic symptoms of schizophrenia, and he was a tortured soul. But he made his art diligently. I have a confidentiality agreement, and I can't say everything that I want to say it the way I want to say it. But anyway, so a friend of mine is a painter, and we were talking about Vincent van Gogh, and he was saying that he read somewhere recently that Vincent van Gogh painted like a lot, like every single day he painted for at least an hour and a half or something like that. I don't remember the exact figure, but it was pretty admirable. Because Kai earlier was talking about this other tool for artists, which it's named by somebody who came up with it, a certain technique which has you working at your craft for 25 minutes or an hour, 30 minutes, feel like it was 25 minutes because that's pretty doable. And then taking a 5-minute break, then working again for 25 minutes, then taking a 5-minute break and that kind of thing. So Vincent van Gogh did something similar to that, just a much bigger chunk of time and like every day, really diligent with his craft. So he was a diligent artist, clearly gifted, and I think that his schizophrenia definitely contributed to not only his troubles, but his talents. And we don't pay much attention to that, you know. That's sometimes there are gifts in mental illness, actually. So anyway, so yeah, you never know when your work is going to reach somebody. And how many does it take to work to be important, to make it worth it? What if one person was touched by something that you did? Isn't that enough? I'd say that it is. I think it's enough if one person. The reason I brought that up is because I made these albums in August of 2008, Affirmations for Survivors Self-Love and Affirmations for Survivors Spirituality. So they were very important to me in so many ways. They just expressed my whole, and you may have noticed it said Amethyst Ra. That's my spiritual self-assigned name. Amethyst is also my birthstone. So that's that whole thing. So sometimes I will do something and put Amethyst Ra on it because I feel I want to not be limited by much ego. You know, Cassandra Xavier has stuff attached to it. And Amethyst Ra for spirituality stuff doesn't. It's pure. So I wanted to not be self-conscious about what I wanted to share. I could be as woo-woo. Let me check the schedule. I wanted to be as woo-woo as I could be. And if the name Cassandra Xavier is there, which is associated with other things, then I might feel like, oh, I'm afraid this might sound too, you know, unicorny. And it's like, but if Amethyst Ra is saying it, she can speak about angels and do all that stuff. So, so there are a lot of reasons that project was really important to me. And at first I was a little disappointed that they weren't flying off the shelves, but they were still selling. They were selling. But I wanted them to go out more. I even talked to therapists that I know about, like, do you want to take some of these for your clients? You know, I really wanted it to get out there. That was my intention. And I felt that since I wasn't physically seeing and knowing that these were going out far and wide, and also at the time they didn't exist. I just Googled Affirmations for Survivors on YouTube to find that. And there were several affirmations for survivors, not exactly like that. They would say for rape survivors, for this, there was always something. It wasn't just pure survivors, you know, like me, like when so when I did that, there was nothing else online like it. There were no books, Affirmations for Survivors, audio books, nothing. I hadn't seen that at all. But that was 2008. And so, yeah, I just wasn't seeing, I don't know. But then I saw it all over the freaking internet. People had stolen it. I didn't see anybody selling it. I think I might have seen one thing where you could buy it, but not as a whole album, like little tracks, like individual tracks. And I just didn't feel like I needed to go hunting people down and say, what are you doing? That's mine. I just felt like, oh, good. It's getting out there. I'll get mine when it's my turn. If I'm, you know, if I'm supposed to get some kind of windfall or start making money again with my music or whatever, I'll be okay. I was just happier. To me, it showed that this had value. So I guess what I'm saying is, you never know how your work will be perceived or used or enjoyed. So far, I've sold a few at the farmer's market that I play, or sometimes I do gigs and I have them there, and every once in a while somebody will buy one. Because it's a sensitive, you know, topic. It's not a popular, you know, people aren't gonna like, oh, let me get the survivor one. You have to really be like, oh, I could use that. And am I not embarrassed to buy this in public in front of other people, you know? And I made one sale through a magazine, a women's magazine, a Lesbian Connection. I'm not going to get in the closet right now, not on my platform. The Lesbian Connection. Somebody purchased it I guess I had advertised it there, and I made one sale through that. One dear friend of mine from California bought one from me to give to his sister, who's a survivor. So personally, I've sold less than 60 since 2008. But I'm extremely proud of it, and I would do it all over again. And I still have the last 2 to do. It's a 4-part set: self-love, spirituality, and the next 2 are life skills and sexuality. I'm sorry, sexuality and life skills. And then it'll be the 4. So it looks like it's time for me to, so keep doing your art and don't be so concerned about the dollars. There's a time to try to make money. There's a time to speak from your soul and do some healing work through your craft and let that take care of itself and just be the vessel. That's what I'd like to share, because that's what's feeling good to my soul to share with you right now. So I'm going to get this, and it is time to, oh my gosh, I'm 10 minutes late. I'm sorry, Ebony. All distracted. I wasn't supposed to take an intermission from Ebony. Please forgiveth myself. Can you go over? All good. Do you want me to unmute? Sure, why not? They'll totally dig this conversation. Oh my gosh. I was supposed to go from Narissa to 4 o'clock. Right, and there was a 14-minute, there was supposed to be a 15-minute thingy from 4 to 4:45, but I filled that time chatting up Narissa, talking about Vince Gill and all that stuff. That's what happened. But I'm proud of myself that this whole weekend I've only made this flub once. Ebony was supposed to go on from 4:45 to 5:15. So now I'm going to quit my yapping and get to introducing filmmaker Ebony Zamani. So while you're watching this, while you're watching Ebony, think of questions, because there will be questions preceding her presentation. So that would be a lovely thing to do. And if you want, you can put your questions in the chat, because I just realized I'm talking to all the artists, not like an audience, although we are an audience. Loading it up. Feel free to send your questions in a chat when the time comes. You know, the chat through the Zooms. Where's my computer? My phone is so slow. I don't even understand it. All right, let's go from that one. And we want to go into this account. And now I'm going to go to Ebony. So film is always my favorite part of the festival. This is the first time we have film virtually, so maybe it'll be a different experience for me. Maybe part of the excitement is just seeing, you know, the thingy up on the wall and all that stuff. I don't know, but it's just a completely different vibe. And I guess film. I just like the word filmmaker. I just think it's awesome. I think they're really awesome. Okay, so that is not the bio. So how about if I add, let's try here. This is me looking for your bio, Ebony, and then we'll be getting started shortly. My bio yesterday. No, that's, maybe there's a keyword. I'll put in film. Maybe I'll do filmmaker. Filmmaker. Request for bio. I would be mortified right now if I weren't so shameless. When I was a kid, my mom used to say, oh, you have no shame. All right. Oh, here we go. Let's see if this is what it is. Film submissions. Okay. Yes, I found it. Praise the Lord. All right, here we go. Ebony Zamani, so it's spelled Eboni, Zamani with an I on the end, is a filmmaker, photographer, and writer. Hailing from Philadelphia, she got her start in filmmaking in high school with a documentary about youth in the military. Visual and written storytelling became her outlet of choice. Ebony received her BA from Pace University in Film and Screen Studies and African American Studies. Ebony was most recently on crew for HBO's Mayor of Easttown. She has been an active Sundance Collab community leader. Her work with Easy Exposures, her boutique photography company, has recently been seen on NBC 10 and President Joe Biden's Instagram. Not a lot of people can say that, I'm sure. She is also a member of Councilman Isaiah Thomas's Arts and Culture Task Force. Ebony is currently writing and producing films and various media projects via her production company, Pearls Girl Productions. And there's a YouTube link here, but it's not easy to say because it's got, wacky things on the end of it. But she's on YouTube, so if you search her name, which you now know how to spell, you can find her. Please welcome Ebony Zamani. Hi. So, what is the title of that film?
The film is called Return To, and I think that it just came up for me because I don't know, it was untitled for a long time, and I just thought about, wanting to, go back in a lot of different ways related to just family and all of that type of thing.
Are you able to see the chats that come up?
I am able to see the chat on, thank you, Narissa. I believe that's how you say her name.
The reason I ask is because I think if folks have questions, then if you can see them, then you can answer. If not, then I would read the questions.
Got you. I can't see the YouTube.
No, I'm not looking at the YouTube either. I mean, the chats from the participants in the artists of the festival.
So, yeah, I can see them all. Fine.
Although I could look up the YouTube thingy on my phone, that could be an idea. How many minutes was Return To ...
It's 5 minutes.
It's 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
So it sounds like it's a promotional piece to garner grants to fly to Africa. I mean, it's more, but it sounds like it could be a platform for that. Is that partly how you designed it? Like, if I could do this, then going would do this, going would do that.
I actually, it was something that I spliced together from there were bits and pieces from a few different things that I had did previously, but I am actually working on a feature length documentary just about my own genealogy journey. And I had wanted to do a shorter piece that I could play around with more than like traditional documentary. I wanted to do something a little more experimental. And so that may be sort of where that's coming from.
Oh, okay. So is this something that could potentially be used to solicit for grants?
I guess so.
Okay.
Yeah, that it would be nice if I could get some grant funding for the feature length piece, that would be great.
Literally, I'm seeing a GoFundMe, because when you do a GoFundMe, you can put pics or video. So, and there are a lot of different categories for GoFundMe, including, the arts. And
Yeah.
I could totally see that being something that could be used that way. But I also sense that you have other avenues, other things going on. Is what I'm seeing. So this is me typing in the rotunda, trying to get to the channel to see if there are any other questions. But if folks here have questions that they want to ask, here we go. Feel free to. When did you create this film, Return?
It was over a 2-year period, I would say, maybe early 2019 into last year. So I went back to it a few times. will often start a particular I edit for a particular project and then walk away from it for a while, come back to it.
Mhm.
Probably like over a 2-year period.
What's your age?
I'm 31.
Okay. Do you have children?
No, I don't.
Okay. So I don't know. Did it mention? Did you go to school for film? Was that in your bio? And it didn't just stay in my head.
Yes,
Can you
I did.
about that experience? Like,
About going to school for film.
yeah, please.
Yes. So when I was actually applying for school, I actually didn't intend to. I wanted to be a lawyer for a long time from the time I was younger. And so I had intended to go into grad school, pre-law, and then go to law school. And I just did a lot of different programs when I was in high school, and Scribe Video Center. Some people might know it, but Scribe's a great resource for documentary filmmakers in the area. They had their documentary history project for youth 1 year, and I just participated in that. And that was my first time actually filmmaking at all. And, I enjoyed the process. It was a couple years before I was applying for school, but I thought about like maybe taking a minor in it, but I still was on this pre-law track. And then I talked to so many lawyers and law students before, as I was sort of applying, and they were all just like, don't waste your undergrad doing pre-law. Like you can do anything in undergrad and go to law school. And so that like completely shattered my plans, and I had no idea what I was going to do. And then when I was looking in the various colleges, I saw that they had film and media programs. And I was like, well, I really like that process, at Scribe, and, maybe I'll take a stab at it, in undergrad. And yeah, that's been my focus ever since then. I actually have not made it to law school. I may, there's still time, but yeah, I've been just on that track since high school, really.
The person who's been making my CDs since 2002, she doesn't make them anymore because technology has changed and her equipment like all dried up or something, but she's a Black woman with dreads and a lawyer who hasn't as a lawyer in a long time, but she keeps her license fresh. Like she keeps taking the stuff the tests, and to make sure that she's got a valid, law for your, what did she used to put on the envelopes? It's not attorney, it's not Esquire. Yeah, she would put her name in comma ESQ. So she was definitely proud of that, but she just doesn't use it in her work at all. So can you talk about the equipment that you use? Can you talk about the film itself? Like, what was the equipment that you used?
So I believe that for most of what is in the film, it was probably Canon. I have like some of it's a little older, so it's like a T3i, like Canon Rebel, but then like I used a couple of newer Canon, some of the EOS lines. And just various lighting equipment and stuff like that. For me, it wasn't the sort of traditionally technical like film, because normally, with narrative or sometimes with documentary too, you're doing all of the work to like figure out, what type of lighting equipment you need, what type of sound equipment, what type of cameras, and, all of that type of thing. And for me, because some of it is, I guess from my own archive, I guess I have archives now, but some of my older stuff sort of spliced together with things that I recorded in recent years. It was more so about like how I wanted to thread everything together, like what I wanted the edit to look like. And I really enjoyed like collage. And like I said, I am always sort of looking for ways to disrupt traditional documentary style and form of film, because for a lot of reasons, but I just I feel like aesthetically it's not always interesting to just look at somebody sit and talk, and so that was sort of more so my mind about how it looks, like what did I want to put in. I added, some photos of myself that I spliced up in Photoshop and, a lot of different things, but sort of wanted to keep that going throughout the piece, wanted to keep it interesting and intriguing, wanted to have like various patterns and designs going, which can be difficult to do in film if you're not like an animator or something like that, which I'm not. I need to find one. But yeah, just wanted to do something along the lines of like mosaic and collage, with this particular piece. So
Thank you. So you know how filmmaker is something of a misnomer these days because nobody's really using film anymore. So I was going to ask you if you could talk a little bit about, what the technology is these days.
mhm.
And do you ever wish you could work with film, or do you ever work with film? And I'll just throw in a little cute story. So the actress Mariska Hargitay, from SVU, Law and
Mhm.
Order SVU, and her husband, who's an actor also, Herman. Oh my gosh, I used to know his. It was right on the top of my tongue. Herman. Is it Peter Herman? Peter Herman. So when they got married, they filmed their wedding on actual film. Um, First of all, they could afford it, but also they wanted the look of film.
Mhm.
And so I'm guessing as two actors, they know the difference between film, the appearance, the way it looks, the aesthetics of it, and then thingy. So yeah, so if you could talk about technology today and film, analog versus, digital.
Yeah, I know that a lot of people have preferences for different things. I am a person who mostly, so when I got into filmmaking, they were still using DV tapes, and then we were converting things over, to digital to be edited. But film was a little bit before my time. So I've actually done photography, like film photography, but I haven't done actual I haven't worked on a film that used actual film yet, which is funny. And I'm interested in doing that. And I've talked to, some people that I've worked with in the past about, using actual film. It's a lot more expensive these days. It's a lot harder to come by. And there are, fewer cameras that are actually like film cameras. So, that makes it a little more difficult. But I think it just depends on who you spoke to. I know that filmmakers who started out using actual film, I don't know a single one who doesn't prefer film and doesn't want to, use the sort of analog equipment or model as opposed to digital. I mean, digital is mostly all I know, so I'm comfortable with it. And I think that, aesthetically, you can definitely play around with it a lot more. I think you would have to be more skilled and disciplined to really like do filmmaking well, and there's probably some merit to that, and that you probably become more disciplined, and know better and understand some things more using the analog platform. But I don't know. I've seen a lot of films over the years. I think that actual film definitely has a certain look and feel to it. It does look different than digital. Digital you usually have to colorize and sort of play around in the edit with in order to make it look like analog. But but yeah, it just has a different feel. I think it just depends on the film and what look you're going for. I don't really know that digital is always best, but I don't know that looking at certain films from back in the day, I don't know that, analog would do justice to every single, type of film. I think it just depends on like what you're doing, what genre, and then like, what you're going for as far as, visually, aesthetically. There's so much that plays into, I feel like any one film or movie. It's hard to say. But yeah, definitely I think it just depends. Everybody has their preference, but I'd love to work with it one day.
You did a really great job of answering that question. I didn't know there was so much involved. I love this piece in terms of going to Africa. Oh, I'll let you read it.
Okay. Yes, Judah. I believe you mentioned wanting to go to West Africa. Are there specific places on the continent that fascinate you and make you want to visit them? Are there specific cultures that are of interest to me? So yes, there are quite a few places I want to go. There are quite a few places I was supposed to go already, and life and the last year especially was just like nobody's going anywhere. But yes, there are parts of West Africa like Ghana, Guinea, Senegal. I'm interested in going to visit Nigeria. What I've found out by way of since this particular piece has been finished, me and my family have continued to do research like online, and there have been sort of updates that will sort of be in the longer piece. But my mother and one of my brothers took DNA kits and tests, and from those alone, we found out that they're mostly Nigerian and like from Ghana, Senegal, a few other places. So I'd like to go to those places where, they say we have, the most lineage as far as our background breakdown. And then also there are just places that I've wanted to go because I've seen the people, I've seen the, online, not in person, but like, I've gotten to know people who are from the various countries, and, they bring me back stuff where they talk about, where they're from. Some of my good friends in college were from Uganda and South Africa and things like that. And so yeah, I've been intrigued, by those places. I want to go to Nairobi in Kenya, for a long time, just from looking at, what I can gather from, here. But yeah, I think going to visit the places and the people where my people are from technically would like be of importance to me first and foremost, and then probably going to places where I've wanted to go a long time. I've wanted to go to like South Africa for a long time, just see Johannesburg, see Cape Town. I love the way certain parts of Tanzania look, and have met a few Tanzanians in New York. I went to college in New York, so yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing my tour one of these days.
Great question, Gina. So side note, before I go to something about painting and analog film, you know how sometimes, I don't know if you guys are like this, but sometimes you hear a voice, usually it's a woman's voice. It rarely happens with a man's voice, a woman's voice, but it'll be like, really like high and tight and just really kind of high and just really annoying. And it just kind of like chalk going down a chalkboard. You ever hear a voice like that? That just like that?
That comes up like with the film, or?
That is really high and annoying.
Oh, just in general, you mean like
yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Your voice is the opposite of that.
Okay.
Be happy. Voice makes such a big difference in how people, even can just like listen to you, or, if you're talking to somebody, sometimes I have to do so much work to get through somebody's voice so I can hear what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have that problem, so that's really a gift. So yay.
Well, thank you.
So
it's so funny. I wasn't even going to do the narration for this because I don't like the sound of my own voice. I very rarely met people who do. I've recorded enough people over the years to know that. But a lot of people like listening to me talk. It's the funniest thing. People ask me all the time, do you do radio? Do you do podcasts? Like, no, I don't.
Take advantage of that, because sometimes people fall into income. Like they fall into something that they never thought would be part of their craft or one of the things they do. Mm-hmm. I happened across this poster online the other day. I forget, it was something like lots of ways you can make money without a job or mm-hmm. something. There were all these things. And then one of them said voiceover work. Mm-hmm. Work a lot of different things, like drive for Uber, deliver food, whatever. Then one of them was voiceover. So yeah, if you keep, and I know this guy named Phil, is that his name? I forget his name. It doesn't really matter. Pat. Pat Wichter.
Mm.
So we were doing this gig together, and then we were
Thank you.
both opening for a blues musician. So we were separate, and then I interviewed them both because they're both way bigger than I am. And so I was just there on YouTube. It's on my channel, and so I was asking Pat, how he got into folk music and how he got into his whole thing. And he started out as a metal musician, like metal. And he thought that was going to be his thing. And he's kept trying to, squeeze the peg into the round hole, the square peg.
Mhm.
He kept trying and trying, and people kept telling him, you sound folk, so he finally started doing that. It was really good that he did, because folk music is one of the few genres that will always pay you. You can
Okay.
always house concerts. People who are into folk really believe in paying the artists.
Mhm.
So he's had a steady gig for decades now,
Wow.
because you keep trying to, be a metal musician. You just never know. I love to tell stuff like that. Bonnie Raitt wanted to be a doctor. Julia Child wanted to be a novelist.
Mhm.
Lots of people just kind of fell into their. So maybe your voice, it's definitely a gift. I would definitely encourage you to explore that and see what happens. It could, be part of the thing that funds your travel. You never know. Or you could meet somebody through that who helps your filmmaking career. Just
Right.
never know.
Yeah.
So I'm going to talk about painting, since we didn't have a painter this year,
Mhm.
accidentally. So I guess to represent a little bit of that, since I'm a hobby painter and I've sculpted before and I've done ceramics, stuff like that. And so I was relating to Kai when he was talking about charcoal, because that's one of my favorite mediums. And so we were talking about to draw with anyway. But talking about film, the connection I would make is when you were talking about how film is a little bit more maintenance. It's hard to find the equipment these days because it's dying out like the dinosaur. You got to hunt around, that kind of thing. And then the management of it, it reminded me of oil painting, which is high maintenance. Like you need to have a lot of ventilation, kind of thing. Most people I know who paint use acrylic because you don't have to deal with that problem.
Mhm.
So yeah, I'm gonna sit down now and see if you have any more questions. And not just you, I was literally talking, I actually met you, Ebony, if you can think of, because, here's that famous question that I like to ask during thingies. Is there something that you wish that we would ask you?
That is a good question. I don't know. I think I've talked about most things having to do with this particular project. So I always like to. Okay, so that is a good question, and I will say a question that I like to be asked, not necessarily for myself. Sometimes I'm able to get something out of it, but usually I'm answering it for like other people in the room or the space who might be interested in filmmaking, documentary filmmaking, and things later on. And that is, what do you enjoy most about the process, or what did you enjoy most about the process, and what was most challenging? So I think what I enjoy most about filmmaking is having an outlet and something for me. So I've always felt like, and I could be very wrong, I have other artist friends who feel like, maybe you should try other mediums before you just say that, you're not good at anything else. But film is, I feel like, a way to make art for those of us who are challenged and everything else. I always say I can't draw to save my life. I don't do well with like, my hands and try to sculpt and do things like that. But, I sort of am able to craft something that is of, artistic medium by way of like technology, which is, and writing, because I was a writer and have written since I was young, before I was doing anything else. And so that I think I always enjoy having the ability to, just have this outlet for myself to express myself, to explore and tell stories that I think are important, that, come from my own personal experience or just life in general. Things that I feel like, that I'm sort of still trying to work out for myself as well, which is always funny, like trying to sit down to hash out a story or a visual story, because it's like, you go from the written story and what you end up working on visually and audibly can be three different things sometimes. And so yeah, I think those are the things that I enjoy the most, and being able to collaborate with so many other types of artists, because film isn't something, unless you intend to do like a one take shot, just you in the room type of thing. You're focused on one thing or one person. It's not an art that you do alone. There are elements that you end up doing alone, like, actually writing the scripts or the screenplays, but it's a very collaborative art. And so it's always fun for me to see how something that I've started, okay, now, I have to sort of give it to my cinematographer if I'm not doing the camera work, and now I have to give it to makeup, now I have to give it to wardrobe, now I have to give it to all these other artists, and sort of see what they do with this original idea that came up for me. So I enjoy that a lot. I think what that can also be a challenge though, finding good collaborators, making it all make sense. Scheduling is still like the biggest headache for me. Like you really need proper schedulers and appointment. Like if people have skill sets in administrative work, like please come into filmmaking, the filmmaking world. We need you, because it's always like, that's always a challenge. And then just also, I think access sometimes, especially, as an artist that's not well known, sometimes you just have challenges as a woman artist, as a Black woman artist. And so like being in the filmmaking space, where, you can make a film for $500. Oh, in the independent world, you can make a film from $500 to $1 million, and it's considered independent and small and low budget. And, you got to try to fit all the pieces and make everything work. And then, you can get into the industry realm of like gargantuan films and crazy budgets and things like that. So I think just like, just challenges to access and resources when you're starting out, or when you do things independently or want to stay independent. Just having that real backing, it can be a weird space to be in, because, to foundations and things like that, it's not the sort of traditional art. It's something that, you can easily like, create for profit and become this big thing. But it's like, it takes a long time for some people to get there. Some people never get there. Some people don't, have the intention to, go industry. They might just do independent filmmaking their whole life and do their certain types of films, and that's what they desire to do. So it can be a tricky space to be in, and that can make it challenging to get your work through to the end, because there's so many moving pieces, and then there's so many, you got your pre-production, production, post-production, distribution. There's so many different just levels after one, from your initial idea and wanting to get it completed to full completion.
So when you mentioned Scribe, how are you holding up, by the way?
I'm hanging in there.
Okay.
There.
Did you know what I meant? I meant about right now. Did you know what I meant? I didn't mean like in general in your life. Not that I don't care.
Oh, it's right here. Yeah, I'm fine.
Scribe Video Center was really lovely for me to hear about, because earlier today, Tamara talked about working with Aisha Shahida Simmons, who is a filmmaker, and I used to hear about Scribe all the time, but it was a long time ago, and I haven't heard about it since, for the last 4 years, over 4 years, 4.5, been living in the suburbs, and I just don't hear about Scribe too much, and I'm not hanging out with filmmakers a lot, so I'm glad to hear that it's still there. I think I saw something about it a couple of years ago, so I saw that it is still doing things. So that's I guess
it's still going.
Yeah, I guess there's no question there. Does anybody have a question that they're pondering to ask? Gina asks, who are some of your favorite filmmakers?
Oh, that is interesting as well. I get asked the favorites question sometimes about different things, and that's always tough to answer, because it changes for me. Like, so I think all-time favorites, like like Spike Lee is there, Haile Garima is there, um, you know, Julie Dash is there, but I think it changes for me because it really depends on like what I'm doing at the time, and like what I'm focusing on. So typically when I'm working on a project of my own, I'm looking at a lot of things, a lot of other things for like inspiration or to try to make sense of like where I'm at in the script or where I might be at visually with coming up with aesthetics. And so I may read a lot of a certain author or watch a lot of films by a certain person, and will revisit certain people's work, and that will be like, I'm like, oh yes, I love them. Like this is why I love that type of thing. And so I feel like right now, whose work have I been diving into? It's interesting because a lot of people who work in TV work in film as well. And sometimes even if they worked in TV for a long time, they may end up making a film later on. So there are actually like a lot of TV directors that I've been looking at recently, looking at a lot of their work, Demeen Davis, and some other producers like Yvette Lee Bowser, who was executive producer on Living Single. She has a show called Run the World on Stars now. And I've been looking at a lot of TV because I'm working on a TV pilot. So yeah, it changes, but I think again, like some all-time favorites, probably like Federico Fellini, Wong Kar-wai is like, a masterful filmmaker. So yeah, like all time favorites, I don't think change, but I think I'll dive back into different people's work depending on what I'm looking at the time, and I'll remember why I enjoyed their work so much. So
Can you, thank you. There's so much involved. Tamara says there's so much involved. Clearly have endurance, passion. Why do I lose the screen? Now it's gone. Can you finish what she said? Because
you clearly have endurance, passion, and love for film. Looking forward to following your work. Thank you. Thank you.
How do people get in touch with you or your hey, it's your website, right? EbonyZamani.com, if I remember correctly.
Yes, you can look me up on the website. Yeah, that's my ebonyzamani@gmail.com if you want to email me. But most places online, if you look up Ebony Zamani, you can find me. I'm on all the social media stuff. I just recently got back on LinkedIn. I'm really like, when I say I'm on stuff, it's like I'm on platforms. So it's a couple times a week, maybe. I'm not as involved on social media as I used to be, but you can definitely get in touch with me and see some of my work. I'm getting better. I'm hoping I can find somebody to run my social media soon. So yeah.
For a teenager, let's get a 12-year-old to do it.
I'll pay one of my little cousins and let them go. let them do it.
They're wired for that stuff. Can you tell us about the filter? I know somebody else was using that same filter that you have going that makes. You see how you get to see all the glamorous piles of clothing that I have here? Oh. and we don't have to see that, whatever going on in your room.
Yes, because yes, I have a lot to do at my house as well. So when you go to video, it's the little arrow next to the video icon on Zoom, and it'll say choose virtual background, and then you can click blur, and it'll blur out the background.
Thank you. I hope I'll remember that later. So, you know what, when I was recording, I haven't made an album in 5 years, but when I was first starting to make albums, I always had like 3 ready, like not ready, but like I always had enough songs for, and then I would just do them as I'm able. Is that with you? Or do you have in your mind, are you just stating a couple more films? Like you want to do this one, but in your mind, you'd like to do this one, and then you also want to do that one?
Yes, I have too many. I have, because so this is what happened. I was, just a freelancer, independent artist for a long time, and that can be difficult to navigate in the city of Philadelphia. And so just talking to different people I knew that were, just in different places, they were like, well, you should just incorporate, and then, it's easier to sort of navigate certain things. And so I was like, okay, I'll do that. And I was like, well, what do I want to what kind of business do I want to start? Because I'm like, I'm just like an artist, like I've never really given it too much thought. And I was like, oh, I've actually worked in a couple of startup, they're all now defunct production companies in the past. And I was like, maybe I should, start my own production company and see what that's like. And so, that's what I decided to do. And the other sort of business, photo video services, sort of came out of that because, just getting so many calls and messages from people I know who are like, hey, you're a filmmaker, right? Like I have a wedding coming up or this event, like, can you shoot this, that, and the third? But the production company was like more out of like, oh, being a hub for, my artistry so that it made sense. And then, just talking to other friends of mine who are in film and TV and independent media, online media, it was like, oh, well, I actually have a show too, or I have this idea and, would you mind producing it, and that type of thing. And so that's how that happened. And, I've just been working in a space since then and trying to navigate, running a production company and, and so in, Black independent media and film and TV. And, it's so there's always, there's the project I'm working on myself and then there's 4 or 5, in the queue, so yeah, one of these days I'm going to be able to do just one project at a time and be fine. But for now, it's going to be one that I'm working on mainly and 4 or 5 in the queue for a while.
As far as inspiration, are you protective of like your inspiration kind of thing? Here's why I bring that up, because I cannot stand to be given ideas and told what to do with my artistry. I like to look for my own inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
Don't tell me things, don't talk to me about what I should do. So I remember I was watching an interview of Lady Gaga by Oprah Winfrey. And at some point, Lady Gaga was talking about how when she's working on an album or working on writing songs, she doesn't read any books. She doesn't watch TV. She doesn't want any outside influences at all.
Mm-hmm.
So I was wondering, how do you, if you protect yourself from outside influences, if you ever find there's a time that you want to kind of be pure when you're in a creative space?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely, I'm for a long time, I'm getting better with it now, but for a long time I was definitely a person who, like, you would have to pry my writing out of my hands in order to look at it at all. And I'm getting better with that. But I tend to write in solitude or alone, in spaces that I'm comfortable in. I usually don't share ideas as far as like what I may be working on or something like that, unless I'm struggling with something or I'm getting stuck. But as far as like when I'm initially sort of thinking about something or writing something, I feel like I'm always looking for inspiration. So I'll go out and do certain things because this is just, human, work, really, you know what I mean? It's just your take on humanity and what's going on in the world at the time. So you need those influences, I think, so I'll go out a lot, or I may be around in certain spaces for a lot. Just listening and taking things in. Like I said, I do read certain, I'll read certain things, certain authors at certain times. I'll watch certain films or TV shows and things like that. And I may not, sometimes things will come out right away for me about, a particular thing. And sometimes I'll have my process and then, I'll sort of walk away from it for a while. And then it's like, oh, okay, this is all coming to me now type of thing. So it's not the case that every time I do these things that, sort of inspiration arises for me. But for me, I just feel like, I sort of take things in and then I sort of make sense of it myself and, sort of work on my scripts and work on my writing. And when I feel like it's at a certain point, then I'll share it with, whoever I feel like will actually give me constructive criticism. Not anybody that's just gonna be like, oh, this is great. And also just not somebody who, because you got a lot of family and people and they just want to support you. They like the fact that you're doing stuff. And it's like, I'm glad that you think everything I do is great, but it's not, especially not in its first few drafts, So it's like, I need some real constructive criticism and feedback. But then also, just you do have to be mindful of like who you share things with and, other people's energy and their intent behind things. So, I think it's a line. It's definitely a certain type of dance, but I had to get over that, I had to get over that. I just, I'm mindful of my process and what I need to do. And then once I, get beyond that, it's just like, well, okay, I'm ready to share this with a certain amount of people. I'm ready to share this with the world type of thing.
It's amazing how everybody's processes, the creative process. It's really nice to hear your creative process. And I realized as you were speaking that I am into inspiration. I'm just picky about how I like to choose it. I like to choose the people that I'm inspired by. So that's
you curate those spaces and things for yourself versus like just having anybody talk to you about anything. Yeah, no, I don't do that either. I've had that happen a few times though, which is always funny. Where I just always smile and nod, and then move on. Like, oh yeah, because you do film. Well, you should think about doing this, that, and the third. Or you ever consider this? And I'm like, sounds like you have a film that you want to make, and I think you should make that.
That's so true. You're projecting. You're repressed and projecting. So true. Yeah. Oh my gosh! Please let me not forget. Oh yeah, when you said. I forget exactly how you said it, but it made me think about when you look for constructive criticism, you don't want people to just fawn all over your work all the time, especially when it's a first or second draft. When I was first performing, I would tell my friends, hey, you know what? I can't go home and practice. You were great. Like, I can't practice that,
Right.
So just, let me know. Most of the time, do you know what the issue is? They're civilians.
Right.
Most of them don't know. They don't know. And another good thing is that that can be a blessing. That can be a good thing.
Right.
Because when you flub, when you make a mistake, they're like, oh, they don't know. That was
they don't care. Right.
So, I don't know what else to say. Does anybody have any other questions?
I don't see any more in the chat.
No. Well, I'm going to say thank you. If I thought of more questions, would you answer more questions, or what are your feelings?
Sure, I'm good to go until 6. if you want to keep going, but
Okay. I'm sitting down because I like to sit these days. Oh, survival jobs. Oh, okay. If you had unlimited. Oh, okay. Well, we've got 2 questions.
What? Yeah. All right, there you go. If I had unlimited resources, what film would I make? Oh man, I've been wanting to do like African epic tales since I was a kid. I think since I learned about like Queen Nzinga or something like that. It was one of the like warrior queens from like the Kemetic, Nubian Valley region, and I had just seen so much, so many Grecian tales over the years, so much Beowulf and Zeus and all of that, and I just always thought it would be interesting if there was something like that, people look like me, and then I found out like the Greek got most of their religious spirituality beliefs from that region, and I was like, why haven't we seen that yet? So, but those types of movies, that the epic tales, the like Game of Thrones style, it takes a lot of resources and a lot of money. So I'd need a blank check to do that type of movie, but that's the one I would make for sure, without question. I've wanted to do that since I was like 10. So yeah.
When you say that, Game of Thrones, but for us, of course, I'm thinking Black Panther.
Right. But see, Black Panther is like modern. It's like, it's not like, we're not delving into like historic reference for not only like what actually happened, but also like Kemetic, like Nubian mythology and, you know, religion and spirituality and things that would add that sort of fantastical sci-fi element to like a historical fiction. You know what I mean? Black Panther is like today, you know, that's not like back in the day. You know, it's like we so rarely see period pieces in general that feature Black people, period. Like I've seen, you know what I mean? I've seen every type of like it was actually my aversion to Game of Thrones at first, which is funny because I was just like so many people I know was trying to get me to watch it because they were like, I think you would enjoy your filmmaker, da, da, da. And I was just like, I have been forced to watch Hamlet and read Beowulf and Dante's Inferno. And, you know, I've seen all of the movies, I've read all of the plays and the books. Like, I just had no interest in it for that reason. I was like, I've seen this before, I've heard it before, I'm not going to watch it. Like, you know what I mean? We've seen period pieces from every era in Europe, even before it was Europe. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I just want to see things from other places. Like, I want to see some, you know, out of other places, Asia, Africa, you know, just ancient civilizations, other places. Like I want to see period pieces for people of color back in the day, like long ago, you know? And yeah, and so that's sort of what I'm interested in. That's the reason that it would be different and also why I'm interested in doing it still.
I think there are good chances of that happening in the next few years, because in my mind, I'm thinking, well, I went to this fear place of like, well, be careful because, you know, Mr. White Man doesn't want us to have our stories out there and you might get, you know, dangerous things could happen. But I think that the time is such that people are thirsty for truth. You know, that's why the whole, you know, Black Lives Matter and the Me Too movement, voices that have been squashed for a long time are rising up. So I think it's getting strong enough now to successfully, you know, fight against the resistance to that. So yeah, I totally see how, you know, funding and stuff like that could happen. And so one thought that I had about, you know, what you're talking about period pieces from, you know, other places was, what about places where we didn't have a written history, you know?
Right.
So, I mean, thoughts?
I think that, you know, that is interesting because that's certainly something that's come up, and especially for like even what was written in certain parts of, you know, Africa having been burnt down or destroyed. The hope is that, and it would be for me, and again, that's the importance of having that extensive travel and exchange culturally to get an understanding for a place before you just, you know, you never just want to go in as though as if you know, or you know, you've read a couple books and now you know, you're well versed in whatever. But that's something that's come up a couple of times in conversations that I've had with other filmmakers about that particular idea, is that so much of a lot of African tribes and cultural spaces are oral. But just finding the griots, right? Finding those places and spaces where the histories are being kept alive, because all of them aren't gone, you know, and there are some that are still there, and that's just passed down generation to generation. And so the hope would be that, you know, there's enough, you know, in various places and spaces where we can go to really learn and get an understanding, and be able to, you know, sort of convert that into the type of historical fiction that would make sense, and also be true to form as far as, you know, the cultures or the villages or the tribes or the people who are still around. But yeah, that's definitely come up for sure. That will definitely be a challenge with that sort of thing.
Thank you. Did somebody just chuckle? Did I hear chuckling?
I don't know.
No. Okay.
I was laughing a little earlier when I was talking about something.
Right before Kai and I had like the question at the same time. So survival jobs. So I have not worked in years, unfortunately. My dream life is to have bits of income from different places, like a
Mhm.
part-time job, like grants. Like it's on my vision board over there. I can't see everything, but also I would love a check for Social Security check. That would be great. A
Right.
lovely disability check would be my dream. I've been trying for 2 years,
Mhm.
so to keep trying. But when I was working, I was a barista a bunch of times. I was a bookseller for many years. Um, Customer service, retail. Uh, I think that's pretty much it. I worked in an office once, but
Mhm.
those were my jobs, mostly customer service, food service. I've been a server a few times. Care to share what unless you're saying, oh, I'm a full-time filmmaker.
Mhm.
Film totally pays my bills. But if you've ever had a survival job,
Mhm.
a day job, could you care to share what those jobs have been?
Oh yeah, I've done I've worked since I was a kid. Um I think my first on paper job was actually the scribe program because they gave us actual pay stubs and stuff like that. And technically they had us on payroll as like student filmmakers. But after that, I've done a little bit of everything to, make ends meet. So I worked at my college when I went there in the events and activities department. So I was like night manager. I did events, concerts, anything that was going on at the school. After office hours, I was one of the people that was, making that happen or, in charge of that. I had a couple like temporary jobs when I was in New York. I worked the international summer camp. I, did customer service work. I did data entry admin work. Worked with the Chamber of Commerce. Came back here. I did retail. I would say, worked at Barnes and Nobles as a bookseller. Um, Worked at Project Home. Did some receptionist work for them. Worked a few other places. It's I've had a lot of jobs over the years, just smaller jobs. I'm trying to think of where else I've worked. I've worked a lot of places over the years. I worked at UArts here in Philly. I was in admissions. I did a little bit of everything. Did a little bit of everything over the years. Whatever was necessary at the time to make ends meet. My last full-time job was in healthcare, so I did that for 2.5 years. I was doing social work, and then since then I've just done gig work here and there whenever I needed to. So I've been doing filmmaking and photography and writing full time, and then if it may be enough, sometimes, and then when it's not, I'll pick up a gig, I'll do a creative gig, or somebody needs a second hand, second camera person on hand for a few events or a few weddings, or if um I actually did work with like the board of elections last year around election day and the vote counting in the city. So, I just do gigs here and there now when I need to, but I've been sticking with doing all of this full time the last 3 years. So it's been better for my health. I feel like overall, I've worked so many jobs in the past, and I worked enough that Social Security sent me my letter in the mail when I was 26 to say that I had enough points to collect Social Security. So I felt like at that point, it was probably time for me to retire from the full-time day jobs. And a couple years later I did. But yeah, from time to time, I'll pick up gigs when I need to just make ends meet, keep things going.
So what does it look like for you? And I know we're closing soon, meaning this part, and then we're going till 7. Can you talk about what your ideal situation would look like? Dream life as a filmmaker.
My dream life as a filmmaker.
Yeah, maybe not necessarily all the way, but maybe
Mhm.
like the next 5 years, like something reasonable to manifest.
Gotcha. That would just look like having the money to do what I needed to do. I feel like everything that I'm doing now, and my small team of people I work with are doing now is, you know, on par with, like, what is considered, you know, professional standard for independent, film and cinema media making. But it would just be easier to do a lot of things if we had the money, certain equipment for certain projects, being able to actually hire other people, not just myself, but to be able to hire other artists and other people I like to work with full time and make sure, they're all good. Um, Being able to expand out, like have a physical brick and mortar space, because you really do need that when you're making film and media. You have a mainstay. Even if you end up filming at actual places outdoors and things like that, you need permits and stuff for stuff like that. You still do need that sort of main space where you have traditional setups already in the building, so that you don't have to worry about, oh, we need to get a doctor's office, oh, we need to find a hospital to do the scene, da, da, da. You just had those sort of standard setups going at studio already, and that makes it easier. So yeah, I think having that physical space, which could also double as an office space or headquarters, would be great. And having the ability to expand out at what I'm doing already, with other artists and other collaborators that I work with. I also want to hire more people. I think that film is a viable career, and it can be hard for Black and Brown people to, specifically from certain environments, to make sense of that, because it's really a medium, unfortunately, that's sort of made intangible in certain ways. And for me, it was important when I was younger to see certain people do certain things, to hear certain things, and there's no reason that we can't do that here. And so I really want to make it a viable career. I'd like to do apprenticeships and things like that with younger people, or people who are just interested, even if they aren't children, and really learning and really, making this a career path for them. I'd like to, and I wrote that down recently. I said in 5 years, Philadelphia is a city that is predominantly 43% of the population is still Black. And we have the highest poverty rate in the nation as far as the large cities. And so I would like to be one of the largest employers of Black people in the city, because, what does that look like, right? And what will that do for the poverty rate and for quality of living in the city? And so I would like to be one of the largest employers of Black people in the city, by way of film and a creative economy. Like, let's, get it going. So I'm very ambitious, sometimes a little too much, but yeah, there are a lot of things I'd like to do in the next 5 years. And I hope that, I'm able to see them through by way of, all of the beautiful people I'm gonna end up working with. We work with a diverse group of people to make things happen, to make my own dreams come true. So I'm hoping to give that back constantly, to others.
You just put it out there. Sparkle, sparkle. So it's out there manifesting.
Yes.
Okay, funding. And I'll try not to think of any more questions, but have you worked with the Leeway Foundation yet? I'm sure you've heard of them, right?
Yes, I have heard of Leeway. I've applied in the past. I haven't gotten anything yet, but I'm actually applying with an organization for the newest residency opportunity that they put out. So, fingers crossed, that'll
Yeah,
help.
I mean, it sounds like, at least with the film that you showed us today, it would be a fit, because they fund women and trans artists, doing art for social change. So that video isn't about, oh, this is how I do my makeup. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I would have thought that would be a thing. But yeah, sometimes it takes a while. You've got to speak their language. There's a whole language that they speak over there.
Yes. There's a whole language that most foundations and most art grant funding opportunities speak, that I think I need a translator for personally at this point, because I'm like, this is what I'm doing. And, I write that out and articulate it to the best of my ability. And it's like, you know, I don't know how to do that. So I got to get somebody who knows how to do that for me. And then I think I'll be good to go.
Right, exactly. They apply and then they get a piece of it. It's not, grant writer, whatever.
Yeah.
Well, this has been absolutely delightful. Thank you so much for sharing so much about your craft and your life as a filmmaker.
Thank you for having me. It's been fun.
It was a pleasure. So stick to your email, and I don't need to put that in here, but I'll be emailing folks over the next few days. I need to direct, but this week sometime.
Yeah. For sure.
But thank you so much. I really enjoyed talking with you and enjoyed seeing your play and film. I just said it again. I called it a play again, but it's a film.
I might end up doing a play. I started writing plays when I was younger, so we'll see.
Wow. Okay. Well, have a great day, and
thank you. It's good to be here with you.
We'll just see you next time.
All right then.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye. Pearl's Girl Productions reminds me of Carol's Daughter products. Pearl's Girl, Carol's Daughter. So put your hands together one more time for Ebony Zamani. Ebony with an I, zamani.com. That was fantastic. So I think now is a good time for another 10-minute intermission. Yes, the rotunda, everybody's clapping for Ebony. That was awesome. I love question and answer sessions. They're so informative, and you never know what. Gina, while I'm blathering, could you please prep the green cover, the green image in the JPEGs that I sent you, because the track that we're gonna do intermission. Awesome. Oh, my name is Cassandra Xavier, and I'm the founder and director of the Black Women's Arts Festival. This is our 15th annual one. We're based in Philadelphia, and a little bit later I'll be reading about our venue, the Rotunda. I'll be telling you about them and how wonderful they are, and I know I will sing and play my guitar again. And I shall probably read some poetries as well. But right now we're gonna take a pause for the cause and just mellow out and settle in. And I'm gonna play a track from my spoken word guided meditation album, Affirmations for Survivors, Spirituality. And the track is Reclaiming and Celebrating the Spirit. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. It is now 6:07, and I'm just waiting for Gina. Once there you go. Once that's up, then I'm going to stop my video, keep my sound on, and you guys go get a cup of tea or relax or lie down or something and enjoy these funky sounds. Hope you like it. Uh-oh, that's relax to receive. Sorry, I got to stop that and go back. We want reclaiming and celebrating the spirit. All right. This gives us a couple of seconds to load. Oh, I should probably press play. That's helpful. I am a spiritual person. I love my spiritual self. I love my spiritual life. I choose the spirituality that is best for me. So we'll be back at 6:20. 6:20. I value the spiritual path I have chosen. I am the only authority on my spirituality. I choose to act from love, truth, and courage. My spirituality comforts and strengthens me. I am on a path of higher understanding. I value my journey of consciousness. I honor my spiritual path. I listen to my own spirit's voice. I honor the light in myself and in others. I trust the spiritual choices I make for myself. I am a spiritual being of light and love. I choose conscious choice and actions. I heal the planet with my love. I nurture the planet with my conscious thoughts and actions. I seek the companionship of other like-minded spirit seekers on my path. I love and enjoy my spirituality. I am dedicated to my spiritual practice. My spiritual beliefs and practice support me in every way. My spiritual beliefs and practice support my idea of who I believe I am. I have a right to my own spirituality. I deserve to have my own spirituality. I allow no one to make decisions about my spiritual life or practice. I am a spiritual person of light and love. I am a spiritual person of light and love. My spirituality is the ideal choice for me. I am very happy with my spirituality. I love, accept, honor, and enjoy my spiritual practice. My spiritual practice grounds me and is a rich source of comfort and solace. My spirituality motivates me to create a better and better life for myself. My spirituality makes me a better person.
spirituality. I choose my spiritual beliefs with courage. I choose my spiritual beliefs with ease. I choose my spiritual beliefs with clarity. I choose my spiritual beliefs with faith. I am deeply satisfied with my spiritual practice. I am very happy with my spiritual beliefs. I am truly content with my spirituality. I feel wonderful when I take the time to be in spirit. I feel so good when I create new and different ways to be spiritual. I am so happy to learn new ways of being spiritual. I honor, respect, and value others' spiritual paths and practices that harm no one. I am always learning, growing, and improving in my spiritual life. I am aware of many spiritual practices, and I choose one or a combination that I feel drawn to. I am aware that many people practice a kind of religion as their spirituality, and that is an option for me. I may choose or not choose to subscribe to a religion alone or in combination with another spiritual practice. I allow myself to choose, and I feel good about my choices. I know that I am the only authority on my spirituality. I am a spiritual person. I love my spiritual self. I love my spiritual life. I choose the spirituality that is best for me. I value the spiritual path I have chosen. I am the only authority on my spirituality. I choose to act from love, truth, and courage. My spirituality comforts and strengthens me. I am on a path of higher understanding. I value my journey of consciousness. I honor my spiritual path. I listen to my own spirit's voice. I honor the light in myself and in others. I trust the spiritual choices I make for myself. I am a spiritual being of light and love. I choose conscious choice and actions. I heal the planet with my love. I nurture the planet with my conscious thoughts and actions. I seek the companionship of other like-minded spirit seekers on my path. Trying to do a little fade out. That, oops, there we go. Did you guys like that? I liked it. It was very relaxing. And I also really appreciated that it reminded me of how I've changed over the years, having been reared fundamentalist Christian in a very, very homophobic environment. Did a number on me. So I feel, oh, was that who was writing? I didn't know that that message came from Earl. I was wondering why every letter had a capital on it. Every letter was capital, every word was capitalized. But yeah, thank you. So what's the word? Tamara left? Is that what it is? I'm guessing, because I wasn't able to read the whole thing. So I want to take a nap now. All right, here I am. I'm Cassandra Xavier. This is the Black Women's Arts Festival. I just missed that. So for some reason, whenever I get a Zoom chat, it shows up and then it goes away really quickly. So now it is time for plugs, poetry, and music. So I'm gonna talk about the Rotunda, which I can't say the Rotunda without smiling. It's a thing that's close to my heart, the venue that it is. So I'm going into my phone to see some things to tell you, to share with you when I talk about the venue, or this wonderful venue. And I don't know why I'm looking around. This is not the Rotunda. And then two other announcements, which are about two of the artists who featured yesterday. Wow, that recording just knocked me out. Okay, I'm now can't stop yawning. All right. It's kind of dark. It's dark. It's okay. It's all right. So I'm going to share the Rotunda mission statement, info on Gigi McGraw's event, and then info on another event on the same night. So I just heard something. Let me see if that's my, yeah, this is still, I'm glad I have a sharp sense of smell. I do, but I also can hear pretty well. There we go. All right, the Rotunda, located at 4014 Walnut Street in Philadelphia, is a community gathering place that is fueled by the belief that art is a catalyst for social change and that the arts can lead to the formation of meaningful partnerships between the University of Pennsylvania and surrounding neighborhoods. Over 300 events are offered every year, including live music, film, spoken word, theater, art, dance, education, youth programs, arts incubation, and various experimental genres. At its core, the Rotunda is a shared space, fostering learning, enrichment,
and community support while empowering the public to present, produce, and promote their own work. The Rotunda has several virtual events coming up, as well as a limited number of in-person events later this fall. Go to therotunda.org/events for more information. Yeah, you know what's really interesting? The things we take for granted, because I think, reading that, the part about, at its core, the Rotunda is a shared space fostering learning, enrichment, and community support while empowering the public to present, produce, and promote their own work. The whole allowing the public to present, produce, and promote their own work is really powerful, and it's important and powerful and kind of rare, actually. You can rent venues, but it isn't the same as it is with the Rotunda. The Rotunda is specifically engaged with the community and makes it a very, very welcoming space for people to be themselves, for people to make their art and share it in a safe way for everybody. It's great. It's really fantastic. So yeah, the next thing I want to read is Gigi McGraw's event. Gigi featured yesterday and has something going on. The Thing About Philly series, one Saturday. I don't know what that means. The Thing About Philly series, that's capitalized. And then on Saturday. On Saturday, September 25th. Rain date is September 26th. So that's next weekend. Oh, here it is. Sorry, Gina, that I didn't give you a warning. The Thing About Philly. It's a performance featuring storytelling, history, and hijinks. That's right, because Gina's really, really, her work is about talking about history, but with art. Like to use history, make it a focus of your art. Yeah, so it's Saturday. It's actually next weekend, I'm pretty sure. Saturday at 4, and the rain date is the following day, Sunday. So Saturday the 25th, and the place is at the Rotunda Outdoor Plaza, 4014 Walnut Street. This event is made possible by a generous grant from the Office of the Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy, Cultures and Neighborhoods, and the Rotunda. I think it's 3 or 4 separate organizations. I'm gotta get my phone back because, okay. So now I'm gonna read what was actually written. I just read to you the flyer, now I'm gonna read to you the blurb. The event will take place outside, it's all caps, outside, on the Rotunda's front plaza at 4014 Walnut Street in Philadelphia. The building will not be open. So you're gonna if you have a bladder like mine, you need to make plans to figure out where you're gonna go to the bathroom every 15 minutes. Enjoy a free performance that features storytelling, history, and hijinks. Series 1 will highlight South Philly's Aquarama Theater of the Seas and West Philly's Foo Foo's Sandwich Shop, home of the Mama Jama, or the Mama Jamma. Background information. The Thing About Philly is a hybrid artistic project. I love artists. It combines storytelling, history, readers' theater, skits, and a panel discussion all in one to highlight hyper-local histories, which are histories that may become lost to posterity because they occurred or existed in a distinct section of the city, meaning only a select group of people knew about it, or due to time's passing, only a small percentage of people remember it, and it is not a national historic site that would have a lot of information documented about it. The histories that will be featured in Series 1. Foo Foo's Steak Shop, home of the Mama Jamma, 1970s, a West Philly favorite that was owned by an infamous man infamous man who sold more than steaks. Oh, that sounds ominous. Aquarama, Theater of the Sea, 1962 to 1969, that's the year I was born, which existed in South Philly at 3300 South Broad Street, cross section Hartranft Street, now a CVS. It started to go downhill with alleged ties to the mob and management issues. We have so much of that in Philadelphia. Mob, first of all, management issues. They're always like this a connection. A restaurant opens, 2 weeks later it's closed. Then another one opens, and then it's closed. Then it's open, then it's closed. It's ridiculous. Anyway, so that's the event that's happening. Gigi McGraw's event. That's the thing about Philly. And it says right on the thingy that it's free. So it's an open event, it's outdoors, so it's safe. And pretty darn sure it's kid friendly. That's my guess, just guessing. And finally, the thing that I'm gonna read last before I do other stuff, before I do poetry and musics, and then completely collapse in exhaustion. Patchwork, a storytelling guild presents. Oh, look at you, Gina. Did you see the quickness? A storytelling guild presents a patchwork of stories for grown-ups, part of the Philly Fringe Festival. I did the Philly Fringe Festival in 2003. My play was called Sex for Survivors. Yeah, nobody who was performed this weekend was in it, but there was a time when like everybody who was in it was in Philly, but they've all. O was in it, and O was in last year's festival and previous ones, but everybody else has moved away. But yeah, that ran for 3 days as part of the Philly Fringe Festival. So this patchwork thingy is happening next Saturday as well, September 25th at 7 p.m. So you could feasibly go to both events. This live event is open to the public and will be broadcast virtually. Patchwork offers pay what you can ticket options for greater accessibility for all. According to Denise McCormack, president of Patchwork and host of the event, quote, a patchwork series for grown-ups means to offer a unique balance of tales that complement one another for an hour of entertainment bliss. Each story has been carefully selected and crafted by the teller to be shared and enjoyed virtually and in real time for a wholly intimate, WHOLLY, intimate and up-close experience. This novel hybrid is truly the stuff of fringe tradition, a grand experiment in accessible and meaningful performance art. Featured in this amazing lineup are, I'll see if I recognize any of these names. I've been so out of the loop. In alphabetical order, Michelle Bello-Elmini, I do know her. She's a poet and she's a doll, and we've featured before at poetry places, including 2020 at the Free Library with Moonstone. But actually how I first met her is I was working at Giovanni's Room Bookstore, and we had a poetry contest that we were running, and it was men's poetry and women's poetry. And C.A. Conrad, the Pew Fellowship award-winning poet, and I would judge the female and the male respectively. And one year, Michelle Bello-Elmini won. I selected her, and then other folks looked at her stuff, and she won that. And she's a marvelous poet. Judith Honesty, Denise McCormack, Les Schaefer, and Ed Stivender. The program is sure to delight story lovers everywhere, and we encourage everyone to spread the word. We want to put a smile on everyone's faces. Please RSVP in advance. The events will be held over Zoom. I have anxiety. So I wish they had said that early, because they start like in the middle. I'm like reading the whole thing and I'm like, oh, is this not a virtual event? This isn't a virtual event, is it? And all the way at the end, you find out it is virtual. It's like, I wish you just called it a virtual event in the beginning. I don't mean to sound critical. I'm just sensitive. The events will be held over Zoom. All ticket holders will be sent the Zoom link shortly before the show. Please go to patchworkstorytelling.org for more information. And you're looking at the flyer. Oh, wait, looks like there's more for me to, looks like there's something else. Am I to read the land acknowledgement thing, Gina? Did you want me to read that? Take your time. Shall I speak again? Up to you. It's part of my email signature. Huh, well, why not? It's not every day you get to see a bunch of historical stuff with a bunch of Native American names in it. Land acknowledgement. This is a statement from the Rotunda. We recognize and acknowledge that the Rotunda and related programs stand on the indigenous territory known as, quote, Lenape Hulking, unquote. That's one word. The traditional homelands of the Lenape, also called the Lenni Lenape or Delaware Indians. These are the people who during the 1680s negotiated with William Penn to facilitate the founding of the colony of Pennsylvania. Their descendants today include the Delaware tribe and Delaware Nation of Oklahoma, the Nanticoke Lenni Lenape, Ramapo Lenape, and Powhatan Lenape of New Jersey, and the Munsee Delaware of Ontario. These are not only nations of the past, but are indeed living, thriving people today. Learn much more about these and other communities at Native American and Indigenous Studies at Penn. And there's a website if you're interested. Wow, it's a lot of good stuff. I think I'll be able to read like one poem and sing 2 songs, perhaps. I don't know. I'll walk across the room and get my things. I'm considering, yesterday I did a show and tell of my CDs, Hope, Beautiful, the Wittenberg Sessions, Live at the Craft Brow, Kalamazoo, and Capable of Love. And I shared my chapbooks, A Survivor Speaks on Bipolar Disorder, PTSD, and Recovery. Soulmate Attraction for the Rest of Us, Dating and Relationships for the Polyamorous, Recovering Survivor, and Tantric, on which I also write a column at wisdom-magazine.com and do an annual workshop at Poly Living Conference in Philadelphia and Rocky Mountain Poly Living in Colorado. Making of a Woman Artist, a book for every Black girl and every Black woman who has ever wanted to be an artist. And that's my artwork there. I call it Emotion Wall. Sex for Survivors, Poetry and Other Words. And you know what I forgot to do? Forgot to show you the backs of them. Bam. 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 Bamola. All right. You know what I didn't share because it's not an actual chapbook? It's my manuscript in progress. It's called The Backs of Things, Survivor and Erotic Poems. So I'm gonna share from that. I first read from this as a featured artist at Fergie's Pub for Moonstone Poetry Series in September 2019. and it got a really, really good response. And this is too explicit for me to read very much of. I think I can only read the title piece, but everything else is really explicit sexually. And so it's not appropriate for this platform. But I did want to share it because I wanted to share new stuff. I'm really proud of myself. It's taken me a very long time to start sharing new work because I haven't done any new music in a long time. I would try and then not be able to finish. Just, why I really dug Kai's talk today about how to get back to your craft after a long absence. So it was very well received, and I immediately started talking to Brandon Blake, I think is his last name. I always get his name wrong, but he is the right arm of Larry Robin over at Moonstone, and they have a press there, and they're always making new books. And he and I started working on turning this into a book, and so I already have the front picture, I have the back picture, and I just have a couple of things that I need. This is my list of what I need to do. And I have done a full-length book, by the way. I don't have it here. It was called Expanding Your Capacity for Joy. It was a raw vegan journal, a raw vegan comfort book, source book, and journal. Full-length, beautiful cover done by the cellist Daniel De Jesus, and coil bound, spiral bound, but technically called coil bound. And it was sold at 3 places on consignment basis. It was sold at Giovanni's Room and oh my gosh, what's the name of that? Essence. No, Essene Market and Arnold's Way. And that's the extent of my full book manuscript publication experience. I have a dream of having my own name on a spine because coil does not, you can't put anything on there. So I want a perfect bound. That's what I'm working on. So yeah, I just need to add like a few chapters. I need a dedication, acknowledgements, and I need like 3 chapters, including like why I wrote this book, and I need to write about the author and all that stuff. But I don't know why this is so thin. I mean, it has to be thicker to be perfect bound. I think I think I might also make it a journal. Maybe that's why I haven't moved on it. I don't know. It's ready to be, it could be a chapbook, but I wanted my name on the spine finally. All right, so I'm gonna read to you the title thingy, and I think by the time I'm done that, I'll have time for 1 or 2 songs. We'll see. So again, the title is The Backs of Things, Survivor and Erotic Poems. At age 20, here's a trigger warning or a content warning for you guys. So the subject is child sexual abuse and physical abuse, excessive corporal punishment. I think and nudity. I think those are all the trigger warnings, right? Because I was prepared to say trigger warning, content warning, but I forgot that what comes after that is giving a brief description of what could trigger a person, so you know to step away. The backs of things. At age 20, I was sitting in a Jersey diner with a gay friend. We were close and met in college. We were both different than what our suburban surroundings embraced. He was kind to me. There was a ketchup bottle in front of me. I turned it around so that the front faced me. He asked why I had done that. Sorry. I told him. One day, after cutting school with my sister for 2 whole weeks, 10 days, and getting away with it until the end of the school year, my father set to punish me. It was a hot summer night. He took me to the dinette area and took a long length of our garden hose, folded it in half, and wrapped the handle end with wire to make a whip. Haitians have a word for a whip especially made to punish children. It's grivoise. As with all my whippings, I was totally naked. Before he began, my mother came over and pointed at spots where she suggested my father avoid, like the bony part of my shoulder blade. And she also pointed to where it would be safe to hit me, like the fleshy part of my butt. I was 10 years old. Even though it was very hot out, my mother's hand felt warm on my body, even though in some ways it was cruel what she was doing. It was also searingly kind, cruelly loving. She was protecting me. After that, I couldn't look at the backs of anything. I told my friend that. He appeared to swell with compassion, which I appreciated. At 50, although it is less severe, I still have a discomfort with having the backs of things visible around me. I will always turn them around to their fronts. The honey jar in the outside door of my lover's fridge turned to the front. The nesting partner's hair gel turned to the front. The ketchup and everything else in the fridge turned to the front. My meds on my nightstand turned to the front. This comforts me. The back represents something wrong to me, something very wrong, and that should be fixed right away. Just kidding. One of my first relationships was with somebody who also had been extremely abused. In fact, her father once broke her arm. And we would laugh about this stuff. It's so good to have, like, I'm not saying that's funny. That's not funny, and especially when I did it in a dimly lit, a proper venue for poetry. You know what I mean? Like, people are drinking beer and just chilling and just soaking in the words of people's experiences, people who took time to craft these words and these phrases to say something, to express something that they could not express any other way. And I lost my train of thought. I'm gonna get my guitar while I think about what the gosh darn tootin' heck I was gonna say. Oh, the laughing. I wanted to explain that I wasn't laughing like in a ha-ha way. I don't think it was a nervous laugh. It was a nervous laughter. I think that's what it was. Because it's an intense thing to share, and but I'm really glad I did it because that's what I wanted to do. My capo. So yeah, so content warning is over. It's 10 of. I think I thanked everybody I wanted to thank. I want to thank Narissa Bond, Kai Oceans, Tamara Xavier, Stephanie Duran, Ghetto Songbird, also known as Samantha Hollins, Monica Floret, Gigi McGraw, and Kai Oceans, and Angel Hogan. I said Kai twice because Kai was here both days. I think I'm gonna do one song. I mean, I could have time for 2 songs, but I wonder if I'd rather do 1 long song or 2 short ones. I don't have a lot of short ones. One thought that I had was doing something that a song that I don't do very often. No, I did that already. I made that goal yesterday, and I did Now That the Morning Is Gone about Audre Lorde. I did that yesterday, and it's a song that I wrote in the early 90s, and I almost never perform live. I used to back then, but I haven't since the 90s. And I want to thank Gina Renzi of the Rotunda, and Angus McDonald of the Rotunda as well. Thank you so much for your support all these years. We don't have to end exactly at 7, meaning if I'm a little bit before, that's fine. That's what I just realized, that's what I've been worrying about. It's like 6:49. How do I best fill the, that's what anxiety looks like. How do I best fill the 10 minutes? Yes, yay for Gina. All right, I'm gonna just have fun. Oh, Gina. I just wrote a song. It's called Gina. It's not Gina Renzi of the Rotunda. So this song is called One Lucky Girl. And it's from my album, Live at the Craft Brow Kalamazoo. And it's been my experience of being a Haitian American gal and having mixed feelings really blessed and fortunate to be on the ground, the soil of the United States of America, which, as we know, flows with the land of milk and honey. It was really interesting hearing Ebony Zamani talk about poverty here. So yeah, it was good to grow up here because, there still are places where it's worse, and Haiti is one of them. So still feeling, so the mixed feelings of being grateful to be here and still having some family over there, even though most of the family, as far as I know, the most immediate family is still kind of middle class the way we are here. But still, that doesn't mean everybody, and that doesn't mean every single member of my family is comfortable over there. I'm sure there are people that I don't know who aren't comfortable. My back really hurts. Oh my God. So this is One Lucky Girl. So I say, like Noel, who runs through my fingers. Noel is my paternal grandfather, who, legend has it, my grandmother, paternal grandmother fell in love with him, when she saw him playing the guitar one day. So it's kind of like that Killing Me Softly thing, with his song. And then Made Me a Pearl is a line that I say. Haiti was once called the Pearl of the Antilles. It was very rich at one time. I also mentioned the Reste avec. Reste avec is Creole, sounds similar to the French, to stay with. And the Reste avec are the children's slaves in Haiti. They have horrible lives. They're children, they're poor, their parents send them to live with people, and they're horribly mistreated. I think that's everything. Gourd, 3 gourds a day. The gourd is the Haitian dollar. I think that's about it. Thank you for listening. Hope you like my song. There is a sadness that comes from having lived through all the trials of life and having given joy in the ways that we can, in the ways that we're able to ignore all the rules of the man and to eat from the table of life. Sometimes I think about how much I survived, and I remember the last of X in my country. They have nowhere to turn, they have nothing to learn but pain. But I was lucky enough to have been born here. I had two parents who did the best that they could, and I had something to learn. I had somewhere to turn from pain. I am one lucky girl. I'm from two worlds, baby, a pearl. Hey, Pearl! And I'm one lucky girl with love in both worlds, and I'm a pearl. So now they tell me I'm good. I play the guitar. They tell me I've got a sweet voice and that I will go far. But I know who my dearest friends are. They were there from the start. Before I ever touched a guitar, they knew my nickname and how. Hey, hey. It doesn't matter that I play the guitar, as long as I know that I'm loved for just being me, with nothing in my hands and with no master plan, just me. Ooh, someday I'll visit again where all of this started, with voodoo and no album man who fell to my fingers, being in the graces of God, and tasting the rice and the codfish stews. Ooh, mangoes and coconut milk for 3 gourds a day. Millions of suffering faces have not gone away, and my old American mind cannot seem to solve this. I am one lucky girl. I'm from two worlds, baby, a pearl. Yeah, I'm one lucky girl with love in both worlds, and I'm a pearl. Yeah, I am one lucky girl. I'm from two worlds, baby, a pearl. Yeah, I'm one lucky girl with love in both worlds, and I'm a pearl. Oh, yeah, yeah. song continues a little bit longer, but it's 7 o'clock. So I want to say thank you to everybody, to the Rotunda, and to everybody who attended. Thanks a lot, everybody. So I hope to see you again next year at the 16th annual Black Women's Arts Festival. So I'm going to say goodnight now.